All right. Hello, adventurers, and welcome to the Quiet Kanku for Campaign 2. Still in the world of Iadithis. Same world, different time, different people, different adventure. So, before we begin, we're going to have some new art on stream. Some old, but some new as well. So that's going to be in the bottom left corner. Stuff will be added over time, leading to the campaign. And if you have your own artwork you do of the campaign, post it in the Discord, which you can join in the About page, or in the description, depending on where you're watching, because it's weird. And yeah, artwork's great. We love artwork. It'll get posted here. So yeah, okay. So, I guess I'll just begin the campaign here. I feel like I should do so much more, but I have nothing more to do. So, for this adventure, at the beginning of this, we find ourselves under the light of Luminaris one evening. Or, sorry, one morning. I misspoke. 35 years after the dawn of the Age of Light. Rain pouring down on the rooftop of homes in New Hope Port. This sizable trading post, situated in Giant's Tooth, a collection of islands south of Ivix. New Hope Port thrives as a city of culture and commerce, with cobbled streets lined with a mix of quaint shops and bustling markets. Traders from near and far come to exchange goods and stories. The weather-worn harbor hosting a variety of ships carrying exotic goods, building materials, and on this morning, there's a dignitary from the city of Bermsley to them. A very finely, elegantly dressed man. Their tall, statuesque figure, complemented by stern yet dignified expression. Framed by neatly groomed hair, streaked with silver, he's flanked by a small group of people. But before we get to them, I want to hop over to a resident of this city, somebody who is going to encounter these people throughout their day. So, traveling through the city toward the west side of the city, along the water, there's a small, very quaint shop. And during this morning, somebody is beginning their day. Would you mind introducing your character?
Yeah, my character is named Sapling. He is a large, 7'11" centaur man with a kindly presence and a humble fashion sense. He has light freckled skin and frizzy black hair with a strip of white and a lot of grays. Upon closer inspection, he also has long, elf-like, kind of furry ears and small golden fangs. The bottom half of him resembles that of a shire horse, and it makes up most of his large size. But despite this, he is entirely unintimidating due to his gentle demeanor.
Perfect. Thank you. And so during this morning, you can hear the rain coming down. It's not a absolute torrential downpour like there has been in this area on the occasion, but it's pouring down enough that a lot of people tend to stay in. Um, but you do hear a lot of people bustling about still. It seems to be a busier morning, surprisingly. But what would you do to start your morning? What would be you've gotten out of bed? What do you do to start your morning?
Well, once I wake up, usually first thing to do is stretch, make the bed, go get breakfast, um, brush teeth, get all dressed, do your hair, and, that's really about it. Not much special.
Okay. On this day, which is the 13th of Sutramaz, the year being 35. Again, the new age starting. There's been a lot of changes, but it's getting later in the year. So some of the crops in the area of town are being harvested, and they're preparing for the winter months. It's it's around the start of fall, or around that time. Um, Eventually, you do get a knock on your door. Somebody just kind of rushes up, and you just hear a very quick, very light few knocks. Do you wish to investigate it?
Sure.
Okay. So you go, you open the door, and um, standing there is somebody who you would have met probably a couple times at this point. They're a halfling. They around here, most people just call them Quick. Um, their name, uh, they don't really even introduce themselves as anything other than Quick at this point. They're just this speedy little halfling who just rushes around town and is essentially like a messenger for the area. This place doesn't really have a post office necessarily. Um, this guy kind of serves as the closest thing to a post office. And so he rushes up and he's just holding out a letter for you. Uh, Here you go.
Oh,
Just came in.
thank you.
Oh, of course. And just as soon as you take it, he's gone. He's already halfway down the street. Um, so he takes it and then he rushes off. Or you take it and he rushes off. And taking a quick look at it, it's not necessarily a personal letter. It's more of just like a general announcement that somebody is coming to the city, someone of importance, and that here soon they should be going. They should be making their way through the city. It announces them as an envoy of good relations from the city of Bermsley, um, and they are said to be making their way into the city, most likely this morning, at some point. Uh, Something you would know probably from your time here. While it is a very nice place, it's very much a in between spot. It makes the city is a very good money making spot. Lots of trade going through it, but it doesn't necessarily have any, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't have any trade coming to it, more so through it. So if they need any supplies or anything, of course they have to buy it themselves. So they're trying to get a little bit more relations to other places. One of those places in this case being Bermsley, a very well-off city of innovation. They're trying to get some better technology out into this area. Um, and so uh, he'll be coming through soon, and that's basically just an announcement of that. Um, And now that you've kind of taken this, you see the people going past, and most of them just like holding hoods over their heads so the rain doesn't get on them. They're making their way uh eastward, more towards what you would know to be, let me grab the map here. It's all the way at the bottom. So you are on the west side. They seem to be most people making their way toward the clock tower, which is the center of town. And one person actually kind of flags you down. Is like, "Hey, you coming?
Oh, yes.
Well, come on before you miss it." And
Okay.
this is like a middle aged guy, and he just starts running down the street. This place, exciting things are pretty rare. So to see these people this excited about something is interesting. Um, so start making you start following.
Yeah.
Okay, and so this guy is running, and you see it's a not a mob, but it's a decent sized crowd of people making their way through. Um, and okay, so as you make your way through the streets, go ahead and make me, if you can make me just a an athletics check, just making sure people don't like run into you. You're big. It's more so to make sure you don't bump into other people other people as you go, because people aren't really paying attention where they're going. So yeah.
Well, I think I'm going to because I got a 5.
Okay. A 5, definitely bumping into a few people here and there. Um but not to the degree of harming anyone. A few people just kind of give you an odd look and are like, "Hey, watch where you're going," even though they're the one who kind of got in your way. But it's fair. It's fine. Uh, but you make your way through the streets, and eventually you get towards the market area, which is mostly shut down at this point. It's still pretty early, so most people were setting up their things. The rain started, and so they kind of packed it back up, and then you can kind of see some people still packing up. But you do eventually get to the clock tower area, and you see there is guards. What this place has for guards, they're general, more so mercenaries in this area that are lining the street. And then you have just crowds of people behind them just trying to like peeking over each other to try to see something. And you're tall enough. He said 7 foot something.
Yeah, 7-Eleven.
Yeah, so you are much tall enough, like you can see over everybody. There's like maybe a dragonborn that kind of blocks your vision for a second, but then they kind of step out of the way. But they're like the only person that would even come close. Um, so you can see very clearly that there is a path in the street, and it is leading towards the northern area of town where there is a wealthy. It's basically one road that goes all the way up through, and it's the only quote unquote paved, like cobbled road in town. And it goes from there's a manor in the north, and then it goes out of town. Any of the other roads are mostly dirt or gravel. Um, but the road seems to be leading to the manor, and that is where this is cleared. So you begin then to see a small group of people making their way through the street. And so I want to hop over to them. So, in the center of this group is a very distinguished looking gentleman, um, tall, chiseled jawline. He's walking with an air of importance. Not even just importance, other people seeing him as that way, but he sees himself as important. And he's walking through the center here, wearing very fine robes, looking sort of like a politician. Um, and he on him has the colors of Bermsley. His robes are, and then around him are a few individuals, and so I'll have them go around and describe their characters. So we'll start off here. Callie, do you mind describing your character?
I do not. Um, so I am probably to one side of him. Uh, I am a somewhat elven figure, quite obviously. Pallid elf, as my eyes are entirely black and my skin is quite pale. Though, contrasting that, my hair is a little different from what a pallid elf would normally be. It's a dark brown, and it's tied back into a bun with a little braid, and I do have a mustache, which is not entirely common for elven kind. In our mind's eye, I am wearing fine clothes, a suit with a symbol on my lapel, but in reality, I am in fact wearing armor and have shield because I am. And I wear glasses, half moon glasses, and my expression is kindly as I survey the crowd and gauge their mood.
Okay, perfect. And on that bit of information, the mood of the crowd is very um, energized. They're just kind of watching, and there is a bit of possible worry there because I mean, so many people watching here. There could be someone in the crowd, so it's definitely a good idea to keep an eye. Somebody could definitely get lost in it. Next up, we'll go to Connor. If you could describe your character.
Damn it.
Yeah, you were up next.
Fuck.
You got this.
Despite being shorter and slightly more difficult to see with all of the crowd, he definitely stands out a bit more than your average man, as he has bluish tinted skin and a shark tail, which is rather odd. His very dark blue hair has almost ice tips, but his most noticeable feature would be his left eye that looks rather different from the other, being more animalistic and a very bright golden yellow. He looks pissed. He seems to always look this way for those who've been around him even for a few moments, and seems rather focused on what he's doing.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. And there are a few people who do give you some looks just because you are very unique looking. But most of their attention seems to be focused on the man in the center, at least at this point. Okay. Next up, we're going to have our not wizard for today. You're up next.
Oh dear, how do we do this?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here, also in this crowd, or rather in this group, is a figure that upon first glance looks like a shadow or a dark silhouette given life. But as he moves, and with each step, with purpose and confidence, you can see a gentle shimmer of a chainmail shirt beneath these well-woven black robes. And from under the hood of this dark cloak that shrouds his form, he has dull green eyes and black hair swept back that's visible. You can also see his rather humorless and dour expression, much more stern. There's nothing here with the excitement that's able to cause any sort of joy, happiness, or, well, excitement for him. And his eyes just scan around watching for any threat. This is the perfect opportunity for somebody to do something, somebody to attack this dignitary, and he knows that he has to be alert. And he's just watching.
Okay. And as you are watching, the energy here is ramping by the moment. And you're correct, this would be the perfect moment. There's a clock tower there, possibly someone could be hiding there. There's so many stalls, although most of them torn down, so someone could be hiding there. And you're kind of looking around and there's this tension, but nothing seems to happen. But always a good idea to keep your guard up. Okay. And now, last but certainly not least, Ghost.
Mm, oh, so he he is not as tall as as Merrick or some others, but he strides with this sort of grace. He strides with this grace, and he's a relatively pale man. Besides the patches on his face, something from something else. And he wears this completely black, darkened robes with this white collar over top. And to contrast such a dark palette, he has these red robe things, red scarves, hanging over his shoulders. and his gaze is nothing short of just like full of thought and genuinely looks intimidating. Like he looks like he would fight you without hesitation in a manner of speak, but he seems to be calm. And I don't have much else. It's fine.
Okay. All right. And with that, this sort of air that you have about you, it definitely there are the guards there, of course, these mercenaries that are keeping the crowd back, but that air does seem to also assuade people from wanting to approach any closer, and that goes for a lot of you as well. Um, Having you there, you are not standard mercenaries. The mercenaries wear varied armor. Their armor is different. Um, each person, it seems very cobbled together, but they all share a single symbol on each of their shoulders, which is a ship's wheel. Um, Basically, a ship's wheel with a leaf in the center. And that is the only thing that is the same amongst all the mercenaries. You all very clearly do not have that and are a bit more different than they are because they're all wearing certain types of armor, leathers, and things like that. And some of you are as well, but you are very uh, while some of you are not literally this, very colorful characters. You are all very different compared to the standard guard, and you are leading this dignitary, so people tend to keep their distance. Um, as you all get a little bit past the clock tower, the dignitary stops and says, "One moment," and he kind of looks around for a moment, and his eyes actually lock onto the person who stands tallest in the crowd, outmost against everyone else, and is going to look directly at Sapling. And he waves his bodyguards, you guys, to walk with him as he begins to beeline for Sapling.
Oh.
And
Oh no!
the guards are all a little confused, and they're like trying to get the people apart, like people do. And he walks right up to you. Um, and he looks at you, looks very up because he's tall, but like he's tall for a standard person. He is like a little over 6 foot. I'll say like 6'2", maybe. You are much taller than that, so he is looking up. Uh, Hey there. You able to find us some compatriots here, some lodging? Do we have? Is there an inn in this town?
Oh, yes, there is.
All right. You mind showing us where it is?
Oh,
I'll pay you.
absolutely. It'd be no trouble.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, come on, we're gonna go. And they start. He waves his guards forward. Do you all follow?
Yes, of course.
Okay. All right. This way, and starts following. So, where do you lead them?
Uh, I will. He has
There
sworn
is.
in. I will lead
Yeah.
them all to the salty seahorse.
Perfect. Okay. And so you start heading kind of the direction you came from, and starting to head in that direction towards the Salty Seahorse Inn. Uh, it is um, a very nice inn, all in all. It's one of the only ones here to this standard. There are a couple that exist near the docks, but they're pretty run down. They're more for just like sailors just getting off boats, don't have a lot of money. But for someone of this, somewhere a little nicer. Salty Seahorse has been here basically as long as the island has been inhabited. It's been built on many times, and so certain parts of it don't really look like they match because they were built by different people from different cultures at different times. And so it's all very different. But one thing has remained the same, which is the owner, who is an elf. They have lived a very long life. And while the people who've built on the additions, not all him, uh, different workers and things came from different backgrounds, he has remained the bartender of this place. Um, and his name is, grab that here. His name is Markel. actually going to write that down so I don't forget it.
What is the spelling on that? If
Yeah, it's Markel.
Mhm.
And there might be an apostrophe in there somewhere, technically. I don't know. If you feel like there should be my guest. But Markel, you approach, and this inn, the map is a little deceptive. It looks like it's more inland than it is. It is actually on the water. Half of the inn is actually built out onto a dock. So there is half of the building is on land very solidly, and that was the original building that was there all this time. And then a lot of the additions built outwards, but because of some of the stuff around it, they couldn't go more on land, so they just started building into the water and building dock to support it. So you approach and you kind of see this place. The door is open. Seems like they may have just opened. And this dignitary is going to look to you, Sapling. Is this the place? Is that inn you were talking about?
Yes, this is the spot.
Perfect. Well, here, let me give you some gold for your troubles. And he starts to, like, reach in a pocket. And he pulls out,
Oh.
like, a couple gold. And is like, here you go. Since you helped out.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course, of course. Well, hey, what's your name? Just in case I gotta, hunt you down again.
My name is Sapling.
Ah, Sapling, nice to meet you. Well, this has been wonderful. Hopefully, people don't give you any trouble. I'm actually headed up there. This is from my people here. And at that moment, you're gonna start to feel these slight tremors in the ground. And all of you feel this. There's this slight. It's it's not constant like timing. It's a bit sporadic, as if there's impacts. And then it stops. And then who does anyone here have a passive perception of 15 or higher?
Yep.
No.
You do. Just Sapling? Oh, and Seth? Okay.
It's 20.
21. Okay. Then if you have higher than 15 and 21, that's good. You definitely see this. There is a person, cloak up, and you can just barely see the face and some matted hair dangling through the side of the cloak. And they're mostly covered by this cloak, but it's raining. Rain kind of spattering against it. And it wouldn't strike you as odd at all. They're approaching you, but there's an inn here. It wouldn't strike you as odd except for the fact that you see their face here, and there's this large mass under the cloak next to where their head is that's making the cloak bulge out. And they're just kind of slightly shambling in your direction with purpose. Those of you that saw, do you wish to do anything? They're about 25 feet away.
Immediately warning everyone of this appearance.
Okay. So you all see this figure.
Yes.
And they get to about 20 feet. And they're still just kind of shambling in this direction. They're not running, just kind of like a slow shambling walk. I'm going to say Seth with a 21. You start to hear really labored breathing from this figure. Even from this distance, you can catch it. It's faint, but you can catch it. It's this really labored, almost wheezing breath. They get to about 15 feet. And... Oh, yeah.
Hello? Is there something you need?
They stop in place. And they kind of crane their head up just a little bit to where you can see their face a bit more. There is the first thing you see is white. Bone. And you see a single very yellowed eye and teeth cracked and chipped, most of them missing, blackened gums. And the hair isn't all hair. There's a bunch of seaweed mixed in with it. And so the hair itself is actually very thin. And then it starts to slowly, oh, we might lose power. Oh no, don't lose power.
Oh,
That would
no.
be bad. The lights flicker.
Oh,
We're gonna
no.
keep going until it happens. Okay. Yeah, we started getting the rain here as well. Okay. So the head starts to slowly crane up, and he just starts to let out this kind of anguished sound, just this, and he starts to just get louder and louder, and he raises his head up, and the cloak falls back, and you see that bump was a mass of barnacles and pustules and various things, and he's going to start to run at you. I need you all to roll initiative.
Ah.
Me with my -1 modifier.
Damn.
Well, to be honest, I'll tell you, he's going last. Because I'll just tell you what he rolled. He rolled a natural 1 and has a -1 modifier. So he got a total 0.
Oh,
He's going
man.
last, unless one of you got lower.
Initiative so bad. you have to lose.
Besties!
What?
I got a natural
Oh,
20 for
besties!
22.
Hell yeah.
I got a 19 for 22.
Legendary.
Okay.
Yeah,
We had
yeah,
a 17
there was
to
a
10
zombie
16.
dude. Hell yeah. Okay, nice. Let me
More
go
like a
ahead and,
drown.
so, question I actually have for, so we have Sapling and in Chiron, is that how you say it?
In
Did I say it
Chiron,
right?
yes.
In Chiron. You both got the same. Who do you want to go first? I'll let you guys choose. Who wants to go first?
I would prefer to go pretty soon.
You can go first. I'm all for it.
Oh, great.
Then I will put you down here. And I'm gonna, normally I abbreviate the names, but I'm gonna write them out in full. That, like, at least the first name. That way I remember them, because I need to. It always takes me a little bit to remember the names, so I'm gonna do that. Okay. And okay. So, I will note, as we begin initiative, there is another thud and sort of a shake. And then we're up at top of initiative. And Chiron, you're up first.
Okay.
He is
Well,
15 feet.
first of all, as it is my duty to protect this dignitary, I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on him. That's my bonus action, I believe.
Perfect.
As my action, I'm going to step in front of said dignitary and call to the others, let me handle this for now, and I'm going to reach in to take the little pin off my lapel, push it forward, and I'm gonna turn undead, baby! That's a wisdom saving
Ooh.
throw for any
Oh.
undead that can see or hear me within 30 feet.
Okay. Wisdom save?
A wisdom save, yes.
Oh, he's so good at those. That's a 1.
Uh,
Total.
yeah, that fails, so he is turned for 1 minute or until he takes any damage.
Okay, I am.
So that
not
means he
using that.
has to try to move as far away from me as possible. They can't willingly move to space within 30 feet of me, and can't take any reactions.
Okay.
And
Ooh, that's handy.
and for its action, it can only use the dash action, or to try to escape from an effect that prevents it from moving.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Well, that is Okay. So he immediately just uh and just turns and begins to go. He just begins. Um okay. So that is what happens there. And sorry, how long does he have to do that for until he takes damage or what?
For 1 minute or until he takes damage.
Okay. So okay, then we're going to stay in initiative for right this second. Does anyone but I will ask Sapling, is there anything you would like to do? Because he is turning and beginning to move away. Do you want to do anything?
Um, not really. Just kind of slide my hand in my pocket. Just kind of be scared and near the dignitary.
Yeah, that's very fair. You and him are in a very similar boat right now. The dignitary's entire facade of importance is gone, and he's like kind of starting to cower backwards. Okay, and so you're kind of sliding by him. That's fair. Seth, do you wish to do anything? Nope. Okay. Merrick, is there anything you want to do?
Yes. Seeing this happen, a surprising speed given how tall this man is. You're not sure if he just summons this weapon from his back, or he actually takes the time to just roll and ready it. But he will just take his summon it into his hands with Eldritch Knight, and
Perfect.
just take a guarding stance near this dignitary, and then that'll be an action, I suppose, dodge action.
For sure, that'll work. That'll work. Okay. And then, do you have anything else is there anything else you can do? I don't know if you have a bonus action that you'd like to use.
No, just the bonus action was summoning the weapon to his hands from
Okay.
spell.
Got it. Oh yeah, that is a bonus action, isn't it? You're right. Okay. Then Ulrich, is there anything you'd like to do? Again, we'll call it a zombie. His turning and running. Do you wish to do anything?
I mean, I don't really see what. I don't think that Elwish will do anything if the zombie is supposedly turning away and walking.
Okay.
To
Perfect.
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I just like to ask. Okay, let me do a quick roll. Now that that's that. Good to know. Okay. Seth, you said your passive's 21, right? Anyone with a higher passive than that? No. No. Okay, cool. You notice nothing. So that's good to know. This zombie is going to continue to leave. He's, just starts shambling the other direction, basically back toward the water. He's at this point making it his way toward the edge of the inn dock, the dock for part of the inn, and he's heading toward the water. And now that the cloak is down and you see it, you can see ribs. You can see basically the skin tight to the bone, but in other places incredibly bloated. And again, the massive like barnacles and other things on the one shoulder, uh, larger than its head. The clothes are tattered. It does have a weapon on it. It does seem to have a very rusted longsword hanging from its hip that it never even took out. So it's making its way away. But as you're all kind of watching it leave, Sapling, you're closest. Or well, there are a few of you around it, but you are also by it. So Sapling, Merrick, those of you directly next to the dignitary, feel him lurch forward, and you hear him, and then you all hear him cry out as a bolt is sticking out of the back of his shoulder. And at that point, you see that there is another one of these creatures, although without the large pustule. But it is very loosely in one hand holding a hand crossbow and has it aimed in his direction and then begins to very shakily reload it. The dignitary's not dead, and he's not even unconscious, but he did take some damage.
Hmm.
Oh, dang, my shield of faith didn't.
Yeah, it was wasn't a nat 20, but it was a very high roll. It was a 19 on the die, and with their plus, it's sadly enough. um, but that let me see if there's any other effects though because of that, because there's weird shit. He needs to make a con save. And what the fuck does that do? Because he failed. That's a 2 on the dice. The dignitary. Let's see. Nope, that's the wrong page. This upside down. Okay. You watch as the dignitary, so he cries out in pain, he lurches forward, and when he kind of stands back up, boils, blue boils, start to appear on his face, and you can even see some of the clothing in the back as they start to come out on the back. As well, he looks visibly weaker, and sick, but he also, how am I going to describe this? His words begin to slur a bit. He looks very kind of dizzy. Okay, that is their turn. There is also, let me go back to this here. So there's that one there, that one there. One more of the ones with a sword is going to appear on the opposite side from where the one running away is, and then near where the one who shot was. And then one more is going to appear. This one in captain's garb, also looking very just torn to shreds. It is also an undead, but it's wearing the captain's hat, the vest, very similar to what I'm wearing, but entirely shredded. And it has on it, because its weapons are different. This one has a great sword and multiple tentacles, almost octopus-like tentacles sprouting from its back. It does not do anything except enter the fight, and the sword one, same. They just appear, but they are now present. So, in total, there's the one that is running, there's another sword one, and I'll call the assassin. So there's the assassin and the blade by each other. There's the blade that's running. There's the, we'll call it the master, which is the captain. And then there's another one, there's one more that appears, and it's actually kind of funny, Seth. It is dressed in very similar garb to what you are very familiar seeing, but different coloring and no visible symbol. Okay, so that is the end of that. The dignitary does have a turn at the end here. He is going to begin hobbling towards the door of the inn. Basically, he is just going to start making his way in that direction. He gets to the door, but does not get inside. And he's kind of leaning on like pillars and things. He's very weak. And Chiron, your turn.
Well, I see that Dignitary has been hit and seems to be affected by something, so that's probably up to me to try to fix that. So I'm going to go up, and I'm going to try to cast Lesser Restoration and try to fix what's wrong. And that is either one disease or a condition that is blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned.
Good to know. And immediately, as that energy flows into him, you immediately see with almost sort of they light up brightly, these boils, and then vanish slowly, sinking back in as the disease is cured.
And I'm going to continue standing vaguely in front of him so that he can get inside, but that's my turn.
Okay, perfect. Next up would be Sapling. There are people behind you. There is still the one in front of you running away. And then there's the captain, which has appeared as well. Sorry, there are the two behind you. There's the captain, we'll say, to your right. And then there's the one in front of you that looks. It approached very quickly, so you can assume it's fast.
Okay. Would it be an action to draw out a hidden weapon?
No. Any kind of drawing of a weapon is just a free action.
Okay, I will do that. My eyes kind of gloss over, rip out a sickle, and won't attack anything yet, but kind of move over closer to the inn, not block the entrance with my fat horse ass, but kind of get over there. And I think take the dodge action.
Dodge action. Okay. And so you get in a defensive stance. Good call not blocking the door. That's a good call. Okay. So you are in place. Seth, you would be up next.
The assassin, how far away would that be?
They are 20 feet away behind you. And actually, this might be a little loud. I apologize, but I'm going to put on some music.
Well, 20 is definitely not all of my movement, so I'm going to use some of that and go up to this guy
All right.
and attempt to hit him.
Sounds good. Please do.
It's 23 to hit.
I'm almost positive it does, but let me double check. Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay. So it's 8. And normally an unarmed strike would be bludgeoning. But our lovely DM has allowed me to do something a little different. So instead of punching, his hands are like this, and he jabs with his claws.
Okay. Perfect. And you said it was 8, right?
Correct.
Perfect. Let me just mark that down.
I think I can do it. But I don't know for sure, so I have to scroll all the way down to my stuff.
Fair.
Yes. I don't know how it works, but I'm still doing it because I have to do research. I'm going to spend a key point in patient defense.
Gives you the dodge action as a bonus action. It is pretty cool. Okay. So you go ahead and patient defense. Now, let me see here. Okay. Next up would be Merrick.
So with a sudden surprise and being caught off guard again, you said to the right, there's 2 of them that are there. One of them looks larger than the other?
Yeah, there is the 2. So are you referring to the one that shot and then the one that's next to him?
Yes.
Yeah. The one next to him has the large boils again and has a rusted sword, and then there's the guy who shot.
How far away from this dignitary? Because I imagine Merrick's standing right next to him.
They're 20
looking
feet.
to the greatsword.
Oh yeah, they're both 20.
All right. So all right. So turning on my heel, quickly looking, just going to rush towards the one with the greatsword. Before that's happening, he'll just trace like a sigil in the air. This slight one, casting the spell Hex on the one with the greatsword.
And just for
And-
clarification, you wanted to go to the one with the greatsword. He is by himself. He is not over by the one
Oh.
you shot. That was but you definitely can. That's the one that looks kind of like a captain. So if you want to go after him, you can. That's for sure. He's just in a different place.
Actually, sorry, I made that mistake. I want to go by the one that shot,
Okay, by him.
and the one that didn't shoot, I am trying to attack them.
Got it. That works. That works. So go ahead and roll to hit.
And the hex will be placed on them.
Hex be placed on.
So
Okay.
there's that. Yeah. So that's the bonus action. And then with my primary action, I believe I can still cast a cantrip, yes? Because Hex is a first level spell.
Correct. Yep. You can just cast. You can cast one leveled spell per turn. But if you can cast a cantrip as the other.
Alright. So there's a slight spin motion to this first, in order to get momentum up to strike with this great sword that I have. And then as it comes down, the slashing motion to the other one, beside the one that shot, there's just this burst of green flame that erupts from it as Merrick casts Green Flame Blade. So,
Nice.
rolling to hit with my great sword. That is only a 13 to hit.
Okay. As you bring the green flame blade down, it brings up its own greatsword to meet yours. That does not hit.
Alrighty. So that is action and bonus action. Oh, yes. One more point about Hex. This one will have disadvantage on ability checks made with strength.
Okay, good to know. I'll keep that in mind. That'll work. Just don't let me forget. Keep me honest with that. If I don't
Yeah.
do it, keep me honest there. Okay. Anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah.
Do you want to move away anymore, or do you want to stay locked in with him?
I can stay locked in here.
Okay, and with that, you rush up, comes down, he meets yours, and you lock swords. And he looks you in the eyes, and in this sort of garbled voice, vocal cords flooded with water, it says, looking you right in the eyes, it says, "Out of the way, or I'll drag you to the deep." And
You will try.
you'll try. Okay. So up next would be Ulrich.
Yes, hello. I would like to ask, isn't the assassin still present? Yes?
Oh, sorry. Who's still present?
The assassin that shot the dignitary?
Yes. Yeah, he is currently engaged with Seth. So yeah, he is still present and alive, or kind of alive, I guess.
Well, yeah. I don't even. Was it 3? I can't barely remember. I wanted to try shocking bolts on the assassin, but I don't want to hurt Seth in the process.
Shocking bolts. I'd have to look at it. It's a targeted thing, right? It's not an area of effect.
Yes. Let me check real quick, because
I mean, if
I did
you're
check-
like rolling to hit a target, then it would be targeted, and in that case, just don't roll a natural 1. That'd be the only time you
Yeah.
hit Seth.
it just, yeah, that's what I would like to do, to target specifically the assassin whilst Seth is engaged into combat with it.
Be my guest. I'm gonna say, I'll go ahead and give you advantage on it because Seth is engaged with it. Normally it's only melee, but I'll do. I like doing it as range too.
It's only a 12.
A 12? Okay, and so it does not hit Seth. It does not hit Seth, but it shoots forward and it does just narrowly miss. You're trying not to hit Seth, and so it does go just a little bit too far to the left.
God damn it. Okay. Oh. Shit. I genuinely, I think I might save my bonus action. But I'll end my turn. Like
Okay,
that.
sounds good. Not a problem. Let's see who would be up next then. Okay, so it is on to the drowned. So, starting off here, we're going to actually start off with the captain, the master, which is up in front of, up in front of Merrick. So he's locked swords with you. He's going to pull back and he's going to attempt to make an attack against you with the great sword. This actually might not. Ooh, does a 15 hit, Merrick?
A 15 will not hit.
Perfect. And so he goes to strike you. He pulls back, swings with the greatsword, and you watched it coming, and you're able to carry it off to the side. He does have another attack, though, and he is going to kind of going for the same general area, but he does kind of feint a little bit to try to catch you off guard. Does a 17 hit.
A 17?
17, yep.
A 17 would hit. However,
It would hit. Oh,
moving the hand just to the side, seeing this, he knows he can't bring the blade back in time to block this. So just a quick wave of his hand, there's just this quick pulse of light as he casts shield.
ooh, shield. Okay. And so the first attack, you parry off to the side. The second attack, exactly as you said, shield, boom, shield up. And the sword just kind of hits and glances off the outside of it. Let's see. He's not going to do that. I do need you to make me a really quick con save, Merrick. As the air around him, and this is just a passive thing. Should have been at the start of his turn, but that was my bad. It's incredibly cold very quickly.
It's incredibly cold.
The air is incredibly cold, yes.
Okay, so this isn't against disease or being poisoned.
No, this is, no, it is not either of those.
Alright. That is a 19 plus 5 for a total of 24.
Oh, you're fine. You're okay. Yeah, it is really cold, but you are able to just ignore it. In the heat of the moment, you are able to just entirely ignore it. And I believe that's going to be it for him. So now it would be over to the one blade is just leaving. He's still going. Nothing has happened to him to cause him not to. So he is still out of here. He eventually does start to walk in the water, and he kind of like starts to try to look over his shoulder, and then goes back and keeps walking. So he's gone. But there is one over by the assassin, which is over by Seth, and so he's actually going to try to swing at you, Seth. No, that's
With
a 7
disadvantage.
Oh,
Because
you're right.
of patient defense.
You are correct. Yeah, that's even worse. That is a 10 to hit, Seth. I'm guessing that doesn't.
No,
ouch.
not even.
Does a 12?
Wow.
No. He's trying really... Oh, sorry. Actually, I didn't roll twice for that. Okay, no. Yeah, 12. Yeah, he just, like... he goes, his sword, swipes once, swipes again, and you're just stepping to the side without even like trying. Like you're attacking the one guy. This guy's just a nuisance. That's his turn. Okay, and then the other one's left. So last. Oh, sorry, not last up, but the assassin that's in front of you. So the crossbow, it doesn't even try to put it away. It just drops it. The hand going limp. And then, with surprising speed, grabs 2 daggers, one in each hand, and is going to attempt to stab you. Which, disadvantage. You're very lucky for disadvantage. One of those was a natural 20. But that's still going to be a 17 to hit.
That is the AC.
So then that will hit. Let me roll your damage on that one. And what?
Legit, as he's like dodging the other two, he's like, sucker! Fuck! As he gets hit.
Yeah, it was the other guy was a distraction. Okay, and so it's going to be math 6 piercing damage, and then you're also going to take 7 poison damage, and I need you to make a con save.
Uh, 17 plus 3.
You're fine. You're okay. You're okay. I'll tell you DC 12 con save, by the way, which I believe it's the same for all of these guys, but I'll double check. So he's going to take his 1 attack, and that's it. Actually, he can do that as part of this. Fuck it, we'll do it. So he is going... Oh, no, he can just do that. He is actually going to disengage, because he can do that after making a successful attack. He's going to disengage from you, and he's going to move back away 30 feet. He doesn't have his crossbow anymore because he dropped it, but he's going to just get some distance. And then up last is... I don't know how you actually say this. A drowned ascetic? A-S-C-E-T-I-C? I don't know. But this guy is going to... fuck it. Why not? He's going to rush up to... A couple of you will have the opportunity for opportunity attacks if you wish. Those people are going to be Ulrich and Chiron, as this last guy is going to rush up and try to get to the dignitary. He's got enough movement to get to the dignitary, but he's going to go past both of you. At least he's going to go out of your range. Sapling, I believe you said you went up toward the door, so he's going to be in your range when he ends his turn, ends his turn, but he's not going past you. He's just going to you, basically. So, do either of you wish to take opportunity attacks, either in Chiron or Ulrich? It's got to be a melee attack unless you have something that would make that different.
Could I would like to. Could I try to do a grapple attack?
You could. You definitely could do a grapple. You just have to beat his AC.
Okay, and that's an athletics check?
Athletics, yep.
Okay. Let me try that. Oh, genetically modified 20.
Genetically modified 20. That's definitely higher than his AC. So you, as he's rushing past you, no, you don't, just grab him, and he is grappled by you. He cannot. He will have to use his next turn to escape. Or actually, he could do it on this turn, and he's gonna try, but that'll take his whole action. Oh, that's against ranged only. I thought I could do a thing. Ah, damn. You got me. Okay, let's see. Ooh. So he's gonna... Well, he can do acrobatics to escape, so we'll do that. That's gonna be a 22. So go ahead and roll me an athletics check to see if you can hold.
I can't.
You can't?
No, I can't. Even on the natural 20.
Okay, so you grab him, and he just kind of, which is weird for a shambling corpse, he almost does like a kickflip off the ground and just slips out of your hand. You got a little skin in your hand left. His arm is a little more skinless than it was now. And so he's very slippery as he continues to run. He doesn't have his action, though. That did use his action. So he's going to get to the dignitary and be there unless Ulrich would like to do something. Because you do have the opportunity for an opportunity attack, if you wish.
That's the thing I'm trying to think. Oh. Wait a minute, hold on. Wait, check this. Here's it. Your brain says cast sleep.
I will say an opportunity attack has to be a melee attack unless you have a Warcaster, which is a feat.
So can I use a dagger?
Yeah, a dagger's a melee attack.
Wonderful. He's gonna just kind of pull it out and try to land a hit on the guy. Would a 14 even do anything?
A 14 to hit?
Yes.
That'll hit.
Wonderful.
His AC is lower than that. So, yeah, you can hit with an 18. Or, sorry, a 14. I misspoke.
You kind of just see Ulrich maneuver the knife in his hand, the dagger, and kind of like stab it into the shoulder, like with a lot of force.
Heck yeah.
That is a total of 5 damage to the guy.
5 damage. Okay, that's good. And so 5 damage to that guy as he runs past. He does get to where he's going. He does get to the dignitary. But he can do nothing this turn because you made him waste his action to escape the grapple. So that's good. So that's his turn, and now it's up to the top of initiative within Chiron.
Did I hear the captain talk? Or was that just to hear about
I think it's reasonable you could hear that from where you are, yeah.
Okay, good. So, seeing that one of them has gone past me with the dignitary, I'm going to cast command and command him stop.
Ooh, and again, that's to the one who dignitary?
The one who passed me and is in front of the dignitary, yes.
All right, let's see. And what's the save you gotta beat?
That is... I don't remember what type of save. It's either wisdom or charisma. Hold on. It's a wisdom save of 14.
Okay. So, even with his negative modifier, that is a 19 total. He rolled a natural 20.
Oh, no.
And so as you command stop and you loose this energy forward, the creature turns, looks at you, its face splitting open with various different, all different, in fact, they're not even the same creature, tentacles spreading out from the face, and just you hear this shriek in your direction. And then it turns back to the dignitary, who immediately screams. Who just immediately possibly wet himself.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going to move forward. I'm not the kind of person who usually gets that close and but I have to. And I'm gonna get next to... I'm gonna try to get kind of between them, but I know I can't, really do that. I'm gonna try to, get in there.
Okay. Here's a question for you, because you could, in theory, do this if you position yourself right. Do you want to get in a position where Sapling or Ulrich, either one of them, could get flanking? Because you would still be able to be between the dignitary and this guy.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So then that'll go for... I mean, really, any of you that attack this guy at this point, you'll have advantage because he's engaged with Chiron now. So that is a thing you can do. And that is against, again, it's called an ascetic, but I'm going to call him the monk drowned because that's what he's kind of based off, actually, is a monk. So, Cool. Flanking is when you get advantage on an attack if someone else is engaged with it. Normally, it's only with melee attacks, but I'm allowing you to do it with any attack. If you're rolling for an attack, you get advantage while flanking. So that is cool. So now up next is Sapling. What would you like to do?
Due to the nature of this spell, I believe it would be possible if I tried to do this without anyone noticing. And I am going to try to cast Dissonant Whispers on the monks drowned, which will need a wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Ooh, he's... That's a 9. That is in fact a 9.
Not good enough. So,
Hell yeah.
firstly, I'll roll damage. That is 8 psychic damage, and if available, he has to use his reaction to move as far as possible away.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he would still have his reaction because he didn't do anything with that yet. Okay, so he is going to immediately start rushing 30 feet away. 30 feet, kind of in the same direction that the original guy you turned is going. So it's going 30 feet that way, which is not off the dock, but it's a good distance. Okay. Which technically, in all technicality, because Sapling, you were right there. If you want to take an opportunity attack, you could, because you were right up next to where he is. So you could.
If I hit him, will he stop moving?
No, because this isn't a... Well, let me double check. No, because this is just him using his reaction to move. It's not like the turn where if damage happens, it changes.
Sure, might as well.
I will also take an opportunity attack.
You already did. Ooh, no, because the new round started. No, you're right.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I got
You have
my
your
turn
action
right
back.
before this.
Yep.
I'm gonna use these dice for this.
Oop, mine does not hit.
I'm not used to playing martial class. Well, I'm not playing martial class, but I'm doing an attack. I'm not used to
martial
attacking this way.
Yeah.
It's just a d20 and you add your attack bonus.
Plus proficiency
Correct.
if you're proficient with the weapon.
Plus proficiency. Okay.
Yeah, if you didn't already add that into your attack bonus. Like, sometimes it'll add that. Basically, it's proficiency plus whatever it is for the weapon, what is this weapon? Sickle?
This is my sickle, which is a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. And then for Chiron, what'd you get to hit?
A 5.
A 5. That will not. That will not. He's a little faster than you were anticipating, and it just doesn't quite make it. But Sapling, you got some long fucking arms.
It's true. That's just a little 3 slashing.
3 slashing. Okay. More than nothing. And he is starting to look... He's not considered like bloodied or anything, so he's not quite at half health, but he is looking a little worse for wear. He's taking the hits, and bits of him are literally falling off, which they already were. So it's only getting worse. Okay, cool. So that is that. Sapling. Anything else you'd like to do? I believe you still have bonus action if you want to use it.
I don't think there's anything I can do on a bonus action, and I don't think there's anything else I want to do. So,
Fair enough.
all good.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, then in that case, Seth, you would be up next. There's still there's the one who's just moved away from you. He's 30 feet away. That being the assassin. And then there's the one bladesman who just can't hit you. He's trying. He's really trying his best.
Go for Bladesman.
Okay. He's standing there. He's like,
It is a 16 to hit.
16 to hit. That will hit. And as you do so, I mean, you just shred more of the armor, more than it already was.
7.
7? Okay. This one I don't believe is taken any damage, so he's okay. Okay. Anything else you'd like to do?
Checking to see if I've got anything. That will be it.
That's it? Okay. Well then, let's see. Okay, Merrick, you are up now.
Alright, that's one that's still in front of me. I'm just upset that he exists. I'm going to make a great sword attack.
Fair
Sort
enough.
of carrying through the motion, using the weight of the weapon to my advantage. That will be a 15 plus 6 to hit for a total of 21.
Oh, that will in fact, I believe. Yeah, there's nothing you can do about that. Yeah, no, that hits.
That one is going to hit. No magic, just straight steel. From the...
Good.
I can re-roll that one because of my fighting style. So that's going to be a 4 and a 6. For a total of 14 slashing damage, just sort of coming across again, keeping that motion, just a downward slash.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. And so it does, and it connects. And as this blade cleaves through, kind of staggers back a little bit, and a very cracked grin comes across its face. Its cheeks split for the most part, and the jaw barely hanging on.
And also, I kind of lied a bit by accident.
Oh.
That's not just straight steel. There's the damage from Hex as well.
Don't forget to.
And it's just an extra D6. That's an extra 1 necrotic damage.
Okay. And I will give you a note. That does seem to have an effect. This creature's nature does not seem to affect that at all. It does seem to take that damage as well. Okay.
Just like a slight green flash.
You are actually going to take a little bit of damage, though, from the attack because of that aura of cold. When you're just in the aura, there's a save. When you're just in the aura, there's a save. But if you either touch or, as you're finding out now, make an attack, you take some damage. So there is a burst of cold, and you take 5 cold damage.
5 cold damage?
Just
5 cold damage.
I have a question real quick.
Yes.
Just to keep things like even and shit. Would I have also taken that because I'm also like right in front of this guy?
You are not fighting the same person, and it is
Okay,
only
I
this
didn't know
person.
if like it was all of them or if it was a specific one, so I was just asking.
No, that's a good question. Yeah, and that is, yeah, it's only that guy that it happens. Okay. Perfect.
I'm glad I'm not a wizard.
Yeah. These guys are no joke. Okay. But there are a lot of you, so yeah. Okay. That's your turn. So now it would be Ulrich. There's the monk-like dude who's now kind of also running away, but is already starting to turn back around to come toward you. And then there's the other 3.
I want to try to handle the monk guy. But I feel like waiting for that motherfucker to get very close to me feels like a Weird thing.
I
Let
mean,
me
it's
see.
up to you.
I mean, okay. Gonna stick with my little dumb impulsive thoughts. I would like to wait for the monk to come close enough. Actually,
Okay, so are you wanting to hold an action?
I do want to hold an action. Yes.
Okay, and what is that action going to be?
It is going to be shock and grasp, if that is okay.
That's more than fine, yeah. But keep in mind, shock and grasp, is that a touch spell? Is that
Yeah,
the
that's
range
why
is
I was
touch?
saying closer
Okay.
when he's close enough.
So are you going to be, because he's looking like he's going toward the dignitary, not necessarily toward you. So are you going to make sure you're by the dignitary then?
Yes, I will make sure I'm by the dignitary
Okay,
in case something happens, but I'm going to hold my action for shock and grasp.
got it. Sounds good. Well then, just so you know, that'll take your reaction to do so when that comes time. Also, just you let me know when. So like when I say that he's getting there, you tell me when you're casting it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and there we go. I was checking messages. There we go. So we'll do that. That works. That'll be you'll have that readied, and actually we'll just go ahead and take care of that now since it is their turn anyway. It would be up to the drowned. So this guy.
Aura.
Oh, yes.
Just reminding you of the aura, because start of
Oh.
turn.
Yeah, that I'll do that when I get to the master. But thank you. So for the monk guy, we'll start with him this time, just so we can do this. So we can get your shock and grasp in there. So he is going to start running back toward the guy with his movement. He gets there, and since you were all kind of clustered around there, no opportunity attacks, which is cool for him. It'll be interesting. We'll see how that works. But go ahead with your shock and grasp.
Yes. Because if I could, I wish I could describe it now. Would a 15 hit? Because I'll describe it after.
15 will hit, yes.
Yes. Excellent. So you kind of basically just see Ulrich grab this man's head in a way, like kind of grab the head and then force like all this electricity into him. And that will be a total of only 2 damage. Sadness.
Okay, but that's still damage. And he was already looking pretty hurt. He's not down, but he is looking pretty hurt. Interesting point of order. In Chiron, you were right there, and where you'd be positioned... Okay, he's got to get past you. What he's going to do is he is going to maneuver just a little bit around you, staying within your range in order to get to the dignitary. But he is not still going to be within Sapling's range. And Ulrich, he'd also be leaving yours, but you did use your reaction for the shocking grasp, so you couldn't make an opportunity attack anyway. But Sapling, if you wanted to, you could.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll let you do that real quick, and then we'll see what happens to the dignitary.
17 to hit.
17 will hit.
Okay.
Depending on how much damage you do, we'll see what happens.
Oh, yes! 4 slashing.
4 slashing, okay.
The highest I can roll on that.
He's so close, but he's not down. This guy was a little tougher. He's kind of a... AC's not great, but he had a decent amount of health.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
I had my... What?
You had your strength
Am I
modifier
supposed
to damage.
Oh, I didn't know that at all. Again, I don't do martial anything.
That's okay. That's okay.
That's
So,
a 6 then.
6 then? Okay. Do I be nice?
And I smacked
Do I
someone
be
earlier.
nice?
I didn't add that either.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you, Sapling, even or odd? I've already rolled it.
Even.
It was odd, I'm sorry. He's at 1 HP.
Ooh.
He is literally at 1 HP right now. I'm so sorry. Let me go ahead and actually make sure the math is added up there. There we go. He is on death's door, and because of that, I am gonna give him, because he has multi-attack, I'm gonna give him 1 less attack because he is so weakened. But he still has 2.
Like an entire arm falls off.
Yeah, basically.
He
He's
can
at
only
this
have
point,
1 attack,
he's-
so he only has 1 arm.
Oh no.
He's headbutting and he punches because he's got 2. His attacks are weaker, but he gets 3 of them normally. But let's see if they hit the dignitary. Let's see. Dignitary's got a little trick up his sleeve, but let's see if it works. Okay.
And he
one
still
of
has
his-
Shield of Faith up. Hooray.
Oh, true, and that's a good call there. So because of Shield of Faith, one of those actually does miss. That would have hit, but because of Shield of Faith, that does make it miss. And so that's the headbutt. He goes forward, and there's just this flash, and as his face is like already busted up, but like he like cracks something and stuff starts to ooze. This other attack though does hit, and that with a unnatural 20, a genetically modified 20, as we would say. But what is his dice roll? It's this one. Lower damage. How much damage did he take before? Was that? He took that. He took that. Let me check something. I'm trying to see if he's still up. It was 6. Okay, so here is what happens. The dignitary. Oh, I need to write that correctly. There we go. The dignitary gets protected from the Shield of Faith. The second hit hits him directly in the chest. And the figure, as it strikes, it claws through the chest. And the dignitary stumbles back. He's looking very bad, but he is still up. But you do notice as the slash goes across the coat, something falls to the ground. A pocket getting shredded, something falls and clatters to the ground. And begins to roll, kind of clatters down the steps and down, and begins to roll a little bit. And the dignitary looks at it and looks very panicked. That is their turn. So over to the master. He's going to, so he's engaged with, actually, I'm going to just say for all of them. This goes for all of them. It does not matter who they were engaged with. The thing clatters to the ground, and at once they stop whatever they're doing, their weapons lower slightly, and they look at it. And the master is going to begin to run towards it. So if you would like, Merrick, you could make an opportunity.
Is that enough? Opportunity attack. All right, I'm going to take it. Try to see. That is a natural 1 plus 6, so that will not.
Roll me a d20, just a flat roll.
That is a 4.
A 4. So at this low level, there's always a chance a natural 1 could go truly wrong. So you're swinging with your greatsword, right?
Yep.
Okay, so here's what happens. He rushes past you, and that catches you a little off guard because he was very locked in combat with you. And then that thing clatters, and he just starts bolting towards it. He even drops his weapon and starts running towards it. And as you go to take a swing, you spin a little too hard, kind of twist the ankle a little bit, and you fall prone. No damage or anything to you, but you do fall prone as you just twist your ankle in just the wrong way. Guy catching you a little off guard. And so that's going to happen. Seth, you can also take an opportunity attack on either... actually, sorry. The Bladesman is the only one that would be leaving your range. The Assassin would be entering it. So if you'd like to take an opportunity attack against the Bladesman, you can.
Fuck yeah.
22.
22. With a 22, that'll hit.
It's 8.
8 on that bladesman, and that was the one there. That'll actually do it. So that specific bladesman, as he begins to rush past you, what do you hit him with? Just your stab? Okay.
Yep.
And so you just jab directly in the back as he's running towards the object, and he just falls, and he crumples in a heap on the ground, as if there was no life in there, and he's just a rag doll. You do notice as the body begins to sort of almost melt as well. Even the bones just kind of melting. Okay, so that one is, let me put that at dead here, because I'm marking that down. There we go. So he's alive, he's barely alive, and he's alive. The assassin does get within your range, though, and he doesn't do anything to you. He seems solely focused on getting to that object. In fact, he is going to use the dash action to go that way. He does not get to it, though. He wasn't close enough. So that's that. That's that. That's that. That is... Yeah, that's all their turns. So, and I'm not even going to worry about that because it won't matter. So, up next would be in Chiron. What do you wish to do? The monk guy is still in front of you because he didn't have any movement left.
Okay. Well, I am not really worried about... Well, I am worried about the monk guy, but I have people to take care of that. I'm more worried about the dignitary. So I'm going to place my hand on his shoulder and cast Cure Wounds.
Heck yeah.
So let me roll for that. Ooh, pretty good roll. That's 11 hit points back to him.
Hit points. And he is looking much better. He was looking very, very bad, but he's looking incredibly better at this point. Thank you.
No problem. And that's going to be me. I don't really have any bonus actions.
That's you. All right, Sapling, what are you doing?
I want to stamp out this almost dead monk guy with my feet. My massive, massive feet.
Oh, please do.
That is a natural 20.
All right. All right. Give me a couple seconds here, actually. I need to find...
Is that the first one?
That's the first
So,
natural
yeah.
one.
Unless you count when I got for my initiative, but...
Okay, and technically I did get one on one of the guys.
You don't
but
count.
It didn't count because this is the first attack related, which is the only cool 20.
DM natural 20s don't count.
Yeah. Go ahead for me, Sapling. Just roll me a D100, or I can roll it for you. Whichever you prefer.
So I need my 100 and my 10.
Yes, and then you just roll both of those, and then yeah.
Okay. That's 10 on the 100, 9 on the 10. I don't know what that means. 19.
Yeah. So on this new table.
New table?
New table.
It is a new table. I haven't posted it yet. I'm trying this one out. We'll see if I like this one. So first off, he is almost dead, so this won't have as much of an effect. But on this table, with a 19, so what was the number on your damage dice? Have you rolled that yet?
My damage, I will roll that right now. Just 3 bludgeoning. Wait, no.
What was...
Wait, I had my strength.
Okay, so it's 3 on the dice.
Strength. So
did you add your strength?
5 bludgeoning.
Okay, so this one, I mean, the guy was going to die anyway, but times 2. I'll say here. I'll change this up a little bit for the coolsies, because what it's supposed to do for this one is a 1 on the damage dice counts as max damage. So basically, if you get a 1 on any of your dice, it'd be max damage. But here's what I'll say. This guy was almost dead. Do you have a specific place you want to kick him? Straight in the head.
Well, I'm myself am somewhat of an enjoyer of at least the game series of The Walking Dead. And these guys, they're kind of zombies. I'm gonna smash his head in.
Okay, and so just foot to head, there's a spray. There's nothing left.
Against the wall.
Basically. Some of the dignitaries' blood was there, now there's some of this thing's blood there. It's just a mess. Okay, so there we go. Anything else you'd like to do?
I think I'm gonna. Well, actually, no, I'm already at the door, aren't I?
Here's what I will say as well. And this goes for any of you. It mainly matters for those of you that are right there, like Sapling and Chiron. If you have movement and you have not used your free action for that turn, picking up an object is a free action.
I will pick up the object.
Okay, it is at this point. It's probably about 10 feet away, but the only threat that was right there is dead. You do see that there are other entities rushing towards, looking very angry, and amazed. So you rush forward, you grab it, you have it in your hand. It's about the size of a fist. It is a sort of iridescent pearl. But you now have that, whatever that is. And it does hum slightly in your hand as well. Okay, well that's that. Do you want to use the rest of your movement for anything, or do you want to just stay where that was, about 10 feet from the door?
I think. I'm pretty fast. I'll just I'll take it and run like 30 feet back away from the ground.
Okay, just getting some distance. That works. And their eyes follow you, and they start to course correct to go in your direction. They seem only focused on that at this point. Okay. Seth. And then up next is going to be Merrick. But Seth, what are you going to do?
How far are any of them from me currently?
Assassin's right next to you.
He's still there.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect because he dashed. So he's 30 feet from you. He's almost to where item dropped.
30 feet.
And then I'll honestly say the master is about that area as well. And then those are the only two left alive.
Which one looks more hurt?
Definitely the captain, the master.
I'm gonna go after him.
By a bit. Go for him.
Because 30 feet is fine. There's nothing there. What is with that? It is. I've used different dice and have rolled a 16 on dice so many times. It's +6. So I don't remember the math.
Doesn't hit.
A 22.
Doesn't hit.
No?
That's a joke. It does hit, yes. I'm bullshitting.
Fuck you.
I'm lying. I'm doing a thing called lying.
And that's again 8 piercing.
Okay, piercing. He's still up, but he's looking pretty hurt. He is at this point. I'll say for flavor, he's basically hobbling on one leg, so he's slow, but he's still moving.
Seeing as he's dressed as a pirate, he should
That's
have
okay.
experience with that.
Yeah, basically. Okay, and that's it, Seth? Okay. So then up next is going to be... There's a fly. Up next now is Merrick, and then Ulrich will be up after that. Merrick, what would you like to do?
Oh, right. So I had been in fighting with that captain, and then now that one has rushed over, and I am currently prone. I'll use the movement to get up then. So
Okay.
that leaves me with, what, 30... Is that half movement?
Correct. It is half your movement to get up.
15 feet, can I get to any of them?
I actually am gonna say probably not. Not for melee. The captain was able to move his full movement. So he is 25 feet away from where you were. So he would be 10 feet at this point. And then the assassin is right next to him. Actually, I'll say you could actually hit the assassin because of where he'd be positioned. He'd be within 5 feet of you if you move towards him.
Alright, I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Push down a bit on the sprained or twisted ankle, get that pain, feel the pain, use that, push off. And then swing down with the... You know what? Why not? I'm gonna try green flame blade it. Just in case
Okay.
the fire could hit the captain, because the captain's near there, right?
Yes.
Within
he
5
is,
feet of that
right
target?
next. He's within 5 feet, yep.
Alright. But I'm going for that assassin. I don't know if it's gonna work. Why am I rolling poorly today? That is only an 8 total to hit. So that will not hit.
Sadly, no. He's kind of hobbling a bit, and it just doesn't quite connect.
With this, I'm going to action surge, and I'm going to make another attack.
Action surge. We love it. We love it.
That is a 15 to hit.
A 15 will hit.
So from there, that's going... I'm just going to slash down with that. I'm going to reroll that 1, so that's a 4, and a 4, and a 4. 12 points of slashing damage against that assassin there. So having missed that attack... Having missed that first attack. Just enraged more so. The constant failing here. Swing across and just try to bisect it at the waist.
And yeah, you are able to. That was enough to do it. And so you just bring it across. And it's kind of, in a way, it's almost comical because his legs keep going for a second as his body falls, and then his legs kind of keep going, and then eventually they just crumple.
And then, as that carries through, there's going to be a slight flicker of green flame that just leaps towards the, what's it called? The captain, and it's they're only going to take 2 points of fire damage.
You say 2 points, huh?
Yep.
Plus hex damage that does nothing.
Well, even without anything extra, that is enough. He had 25 HP, and that was the extra 2 damage you needed to get exactly that. And so, as the one guy dies, the green flame flicks over, and it just begins to burn the body. Which, again, all of these bodies as they fell, even the 1 and 2 halves, begin to almost, what's the word? Molt? Is that the right word? Kind of turn into goop on the ground. Almost looking like
Goop.
sea foam. And the captain, his is a little different as he blackens and burns, and eventually there's nothing there, as if he wasn't standing there. Their weapons that they dropped are still there, but most of them are very rusted or barnacle encrusted. But they're all gone, and looking around, you don't see any more. And so for the time being, we are out of initiative. The dignitary is safe and has been healed already. And Sapling, you now have an item in your possession. But before we get back to this, we're going to go ahead and hop on break. It's about break time. And then we'll pop back with what we're going to do next. See you soon. Hello again. We're back. Break time over. I have had some food, which is good because I hungered. But right as you guys finish up, the fight is over. Sapling, you have this small object in your one hand, again about a fist-sized pearl, iridescent in color, and you can faintly, while holding it, actually hear the sound of crashing waves, which you can distinguish from the actual waves near you because those are very gentle at this point. This through this pearl, it seems like these very aggressive waves. But before you can really think too much of it, running up to you, the little halfling quick. Here you go. Wow. I ran a long way and that was a lot going on, so I wanted to come back later. But, you know, I had to run in a couple errands, so I'm back now. Here you go. And he's holding out a folded letter.
She's gonna take it, like, looking like, what the fuck?
Okay, alright. Bye. Good luck. Don't get attacked again. I gotta run some errands. And he just gone. And you now have a letter. Strange pearl. So do you look at the letter?
He's just gonna, like, stare at it for a second, look around, make sure nothing crazy is going on, and then kind of, like, little flutters, blinks for a second, and looks at the letter. It's like, oh, and opens the letter and reads it.
This letter is on a rather nicer piece of parchment, written with ink, presumably with a quill, written in a nicer handwriting than most in this area. It reads as follows. Greetings, Sapling. It has been quite some time since we've conversed, and I'd like to apologize for our last altercation. I was very unfair to you, and I would rather we be friends, if you wish that too. I will meet you later, at a later time, to have a more in-depth conversation, but for now, I'd like to give you 20 gold for the plants I ate last time. Also, there soon happens to be a priest around here with bluish hair, a pendant with a moon in it, and a sour, self-wallowing face. I'd stand clear of him if I was you. All he brings is dark clouds into a bright life. He sucks. Consolida Morte. This letter also contains a poor scribble of the previously described priest with stink lines coming off him and 20 gold pieces.
To kill you.
Okay. And so now you read that. There's gold. And
It's cool.
yeah, what do you do?
I'm gonna pocket the gold, and after reading the letter, I kind of look around, and I see a priest with blue hair, and I'm like, oh. But before doing anything else, I'm gonna he kind of realizes that he's holding a very large pearl. Who, if anyone, and Kyron, do you think you're definitely the closest, because I ran back into the inn. Just gonna trot over to you. Sorry, what is this? And hold out the pearl.
I look to the dignitary. Oh, what is...
He is standing kind of from his crouch position, dusts himself off a little bit. That is classified. On a need-to-know basis.
I turn back to Sapling. That's classified.
Oh, should I not be holding this? I don't remember. I don't know how I got this. I'm sorry.
No, that is perfectly okay. I'd like that back, please.
Yes, please.
If I can make an argument that I think we might need to know, considering you got your ass kicked
And
because of that.
you did your job wonderfully.
If you wish to have your clothing mended, you can send it to where I'll be staying. I can do that later.
Well, that might be needed. I appreciate it. Pay you for troubles there. We got this is actually the place I was gonna have you staying at, was the inn. I'm staying up further north, but I can have you stay here. It seems coast is clear, unless you got a different place you want to stay. But this is the place we were led to. So, um,
Whatever it is, that thing that you carry, it seems that more are interested in it. You are certain that you would wish us to depart from you?
The place I'm going, it's actually its destination. It's a safe place, I assure you. It's not far.
Where is it?
But and he'll give like a rough, because he doesn't know the island super well, and he says that, but he does give a rough description of like, okay, it's down this road here, and you go up there, and yeah, it's right over there. And you can actually kind of see from where you are, because you're on one end, and there's no super tall buildings in line of sight, and he points, and on top of a slightly risen hill, you can see a sprawling manor. It is further inland from where you are, but it's not terribly far. And he does look to you after pointing that out. I'm supposed to have some guys meeting me here in a moment. I'm probably going to stay at this inn for a second, and then once they get here, they'll escort me there. It's the Lord's Guard. But you got me here. You got me where I needed to go, so I wanted to at least get you some better lodging, give you the rest of your pay, you know, that kind of stuff. Speaking of which, and he's going to go into his pocket, and he kind of looks around, which people had been kept at a bit of a distance because of the guard, and definitely more of a distance once the fighting started. And the guard didn't seem to be paying much attention to you. The people more so freaked out by the creatures, and you slew the creatures, and so they kind of don't seem to care. And also a note, because magic is looked down upon. Lucky for you, though, in this region, the rules are a little more lax. So any casting that was done, nobody seems to be freaking out about that. This area seems to be a little more lax. These islands in general are. If you go inland, though, you know, it's a little different. It's a little different. But the church, there is actually a note as well. There's no temples in this city at all. There are some outside of the city in some of the villages surrounding, but there's none in this city. As a note. But he kind of looks around. He's like, "Let's go inside. Let's go inside." And do you follow him inside?
Yeah, just still keeping guard,
Yes.
looking around for any more of those creatures.
Here.
Make me a perception check, Merrick.
Alright, perception check. I'm having the worst luck today. That's a total of 7.
You look around, and despite the bit of sea foam from where the ones before stood, and some of their weapons left behind, you don't see any. And so, you all make your way inside. Sapling, are you following?
Yes.
Okay. He does invite you as well, and the door is, you got to crouch a little bit, but you all make your way inside, and he motions for all of you, Sapling included, to kind of gather around a table. And he takes a seat at one end of it. All right. So I promised you a bit of gold for this job, so I'll go ahead and divvy that out here. While I'm counting that out, though, Sapling, was it? You were big
Oh,
help
yes.
out there. You big help. No pun intended. So I listen. You want part of the job, but I want to give you a little bit of gold too, just because I mean, amazing shit. So, and he starts counting it out. All right. All right. So, I believe. Let's see here. And he passes a sack to each of you. And then he says, and at this point, and this goes for Concelida, you would have been given your amount, which is the same as everyone else's. So if you want to mark it down somewhere, you would have been given this amount by the person you met, the contact of this guy. So you have gotten the money as well, just by someone else. So mark that down. 50 gold pieces for the journey, a few days journey, and then part of this as well is while you are here, you also get free room and board, and a little bit of a discount on food and stuff too. So you get both room, board, you get a little vacation, and then some money on top of it. And he passes that all out. All right. Believe the guys, and he kind of looks toward the door, and there's some very gruff looking men standing there wearing matching armor. I believe that's my ride. Thank you for doing business, bringing me here. What you're doing for the country, for the city of Bermsley, is it's good. You did good work. I'll make sure that your names get out there and all that fun stuff. You know what? You saw the pearl, so what the hell? I'll tell you a little bit. You're asking about it. I can't tell you what it is or what it does, but what I can tell you is, if you're really curious, there's some researchers on the southern tip of the island. It's outside of the city, but they're looking into something big, a finding. They say it's pretty game changing, that it could change the way we look at the world as a whole. Archaeology type shit, it sounds like. So if you're interested, you can go look it out. But
Is this the natural sciences or something more?
mostly natural sciences. I can't say much more without getting in any kind of trouble, but natural sciences. And he kind of looks around. Some lost city type shit. So it's could be interesting. Lost civilization, maybe. That's my theory, though. I don't know. But that's up to you.
I see. The information is appreciated, emissary.
Of course, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. And he actually is kind of still holding. He hasn't ever put it away because his pocket's still shredded, and he's kind of holding the pearl, and he keeps looking down at it. Does anyone have a good plus to insight, like proficiency in insight?
To what?
Insight?
Okay. Yeah, proficiency
Did
in
you say?
insight. Yeah.
I guess.
Okay. Here's what I'll say. Those of you that have proficiency in insight, he just stares into it for an odd amount of time, for an uncomfortable amount of time, and then just looks up and his eyes are kind of glazed over a little bit. And then he stands up and starts to walk toward the door. And then he talks to the guys briefly. They nod very sternly, and they all begin to walk away.
Huh.
At that point, once he's gone, the man approaches from a back room and gets behind the bar, kind of grabs a glass and does the bartender thing of kind of like listening while cleaning the glass. Well, hey there. You are new patrons.
Oh, yes.
All right. Well, okay. So I'm the owner of this fine establishment. You can call me Beau, Beau Montclair, you know. I'm gonna be the person running this fine establishment for you folks. We got you rooms upstairs. They're already paid for. Got a discount on the house apparently from some rich fuck.
Hmm.
All right.
Very nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. I don't know if you were on there, but fuck it. All right. So got your keys up here for whenever you need them. Come get them whenever you need. You've been paid for about 2 weeks is what they paid for. If you want any more than that, you'll have to pay. For your rooms, it's silver piece a night. But for right now, it's free for the next 2 weeks. So if you're there longer, you'll have to pay. But yeah, if Bo can do anything for you, you just come let me know. And for a description of this man, it is a elven man with black hair, very long, almost like to his butt, long, with some streaks of, you can see, there are some streaks of silver poking through near the roots. Full elven man, I'll say probably like more high elven than anything in appearance. He's just wearing very simple, like a shirt and vest kind of thing, or I'll say suspenders, like black suspenders over a white shirt, black pants, and yeah, he just kind of his hair's very messy, very, very messy. Like he put no effort into it, whatsoever. Very disheveled. But he is the elven owner that you kind of heard has been here since the place opened, which was a long time ago. So reasonably old. And he just kind of stands there, and if you need him, he's there. So, the day is yours. If there's anything you wish to do.
Well, I don't know about everybody else, but I wish to spread some blessings to the people of this city. Maybe go look to see if anybody needs help. I think it would be in my purview to bless some voyages in the name of Hydros. Various clerical duties. And, you, it was Ulrich, right? Would you care to join me?
Oh no, Ulrich is dead.
I wouldn't mind to accompany you.
So yes, I will be going looking for people that might need any kind of help, and perhaps give some blessings on the way.
Okay.
That will do.
All right. So I'm reading the chat. It's nuts. It's so funny. Okay. So that's what the two of you are doing, or you're talking about doing. What about the rest of you?
Well, there was a certain lead that Merrick was looking to follow up on.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure how he would go about that, though.
Well, let's see. Okay. So, do you want to maybe go around the town and see if you hear or see anything?
I suppose so. Yes. Just make sure after getting like the key and everything to the room, going over it thoroughly, making sure there's no such like peeping holes. The windows can be secured properly. There's something that can be put under, like the handle to the door, just to make the room secure. Just weirdly obsessive about it.
That makes sense.
After that, he'll go back down and start looking around. Just
Okay.
keeping an eye out.
Okay. And so, okay, we will get to that. Then I'm kind of just figuring out where everyone else is going. So, and then we'll go one by one here. What about Seth? What is Seth doing?
So you said that this is like the tavern's like half on the water, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Half on the water. Most of the rooms are built on top of a dock on the water.
Anywhere but inland, specifically anywhere but here. Shut up.
Okay. You're looking for somewhere else? Or are you saying that to the others? I don't know. Are you saying that to me or to the others?
You.
Me. Okay.
On one hand, I think he'd want to follow one of the other members around just because what the fuck is he gonna do by himself? But I don't know who. Because clerical duties sound boring as all shit. He has no idea what Merrick's up to. Ulrich is going with the person doing clerical duties.
Do you want to there is one more person here who hasn't said yet because I haven't gotten to them yet. Do you want to hear what they're doing first and then
Yeah,
decide?
let's hear what they're
Okay. Sapling, what are you doing after this event?
I I think I kind of want to check out this bluish-haired priest who has been foretold to be stinky. So I might tag along with those two, even though I'm not religious at all.
Fair enough. You're just
Oh, I'm
following
not-
out of curiosity.
I'm not
Yes.
super planning to do a ton of religious stuff. That's just on the table.
Okay. Hey, that works. Okay.
I'll
So then in
probably
that
just
case, following along.
probably just trot up like, oh, if you don't mind.
Oh, not at all.
Okay. So then, Seth, at that point, that is kind of where everyone's going. Where are you going with? With someone, or do you want to go off on your own?
He's gonna kind of look at Merrick. Would it upset you if I stayed with you? Because, gonna be honest, that shit sounds boring.
I am simply going for a walk around. You may accompany me if you wish.
It's better than sitting here and doing nothing.
Okay.
Well,
Or
perhaps
whatever that
you can tell
is.
me more about yourself then.
That's what you want.
Well, let's say so it's two groups then. That makes it easy. Let's go ahead. I actually want to start with the slightly larger group. We'll go with and Chiron, Sapling, and Ulrich. We'll start with you guys. So you leave the tavern. Where are you headed? There is also, by the way, I'm gonna post this the map of the town because you do have someone who's from here. So if you're trying to find places to go, you'd reasonably have someone you could ask. So I'll just go ahead and post the map of the town. Post it in. I forget where I post them all. Lore? Sure. And I'm just going to post it at the bottom for now. It'll just be like the last thing posted. There you go. So that is New Hope Port. Once it sends. Oh, there's another map I should probably send, which none of you have seen yet. So for note, New Hope Port is just a town. It is a town on a actual larger map of the islands of Traka. Which, if you actually look at the very large like world map, it is listed as New Hope Port on there because that is the capital. But there you go. So there's the actual like small cluster of islands of Traka, and then there's that. Now you were told there's something on one of the southern tips of the islands. Probably looking at the map, you might be able to guess which one, which area it is, but who knows? There's a few. And then New Hope Port is the first map, which actually has labeled locations. So there you go. There are a few places you could go. If you have questions, you feel free to ask.
Well, I know well that I would usually do with my area. I help around farmland, so I would probably go visit the farmland and see if they need any odd jobs done over there. And after that, I
Okay.
would head to the harbor for the aforementioned blessing of voyages.
Ooh.
Okay. Perfect. And so, yeah, you make your way over to the farmland. It is a little bit of a walk. Probably takes you maybe 30 minutes to get there. But most of the crowds have dispersed at this point, and are going about their day. The rain has slowed, and upon approaching the farm, you see that they are in the process of doing a lot of harvesting. It's approaching that time of the year. They're getting all their stuff harvested. And at this point, you kind of go up, and there's a half orcish man who seems to be running this specific farm, but he has a few workers of various different races as well. Um, and he kind of, as you approach, he's like, "Hey, what can I do for you?"
Uh, oh, I would, and perhaps my friends would like to be of assistance with the work.
Ah, well, that's mighty kind of you. Honestly, what we could really use some help with right now is over there, and he kind of points. We had a little bit of a incident recently. Um, our we store water in a large tank for the crops and other things, feed it through irrigation. Um, it burst recently. I'm not asking you to go to get a bunch of water, but if maybe you could help my boys over there repair
Oh, of course, yes.
That would be excellent, I guess.
Sure.
it. Thank you. And he kind of leads you over there, and there's a couple men, both of them human, and they're currently working on just patching up the hole. It's a hole, it's probably like 10 feet long, um, and maybe like under 5 feet wide. So it's not a big hole, but water enough that water came out pretty quickly, and it is bone dry on the inside. And so, if you want to help with this, if you have some creative way you can think to do it, say something. But
Mm,
otherwise, it would probably just be a strength check or a dexterity check. I would allow you either.
well, do they have like some material to like patch with? Like
Yes.
some
Right
metal?
now, they're just using wood. They have wood, they have nails, they have hammers, and they're just kind of working on sealing that up.
Wait, so it's
Okay.
alright if we do a strength check?
Yeah, you can do strength or dexterity.
Would
I would
I
allow either.
I did roll
with
mine. Do I post it in dice rolls? That's okay.
Uh, you can post it there, yeah.
with the wood there, would I be able to use mending to help repair?
So you could, but you'd have to be careful about it because while the rules are lax, they're not gone, and they might be a little because.
Yeah,
Oh, that's tricky because you are on sort of clerical duties.
I am. Yes, this
Hmm.
is what I do. This is my job.
This is your thing.
General.
This is your job. Hmm. Okay. So do you do so, and I will tell you how this goes.
I think I do. Yes.
Okay. So you do so, and I'll say along with this will actually be kind of a joint thing here. Um, Ulrich, you're attempting to do that. Sapling, you as well. It looks like, and combining that with the mending, it does successfully fix it completely, as if there was never an issue there. A couple of the workers immediately go, oh my god. Oh my god, we have to tell us. And they start to like go. Like they're because they don't know.
Oh.
They don't know what you're
Uh, Peace, friends. In Chiron Laradrian, I am a uh I'm associated with the Church of Hydros from Bermsley. It is my pleasure to be of service to you.
they kind of look at your hand. I need you to make me a persuasion check.
Mm,
That is a 17.
17. With a 17, they kind of take a step forward and one of them shakes your hand. All right. Just be careful around here. People aren't so well, you're kind of screwed if you do, screwed if you don't, because, I mean, a lot of people around here, they don't like the church, and, magic's the way it is. So just,
Yes,
just be
of
careful
course.
around here specifically. Uh,
mm.
there used to be a temple. Let's say that.
Oh,
Uh,
I assume it was
But
destroyed.
oh yeah, about 10 years back, right after there was a mage's uprising,
uh,
temple was
yes.
destroyed, and I mean, I've never seen magic in my life. And this guy, you can tell he's maybe in his 20s. He's like, I've never even seen it. So, a lot of people like me exist. Or
Well, your words are quite useful. Thank you so much for informing us.
yeah, just just gauge the crowd.
Of course.
Yeah, but thank you so much. That's gonna be a big help. And they kind of like look around. You don't happen to have a way to get us more water with that magic, do you?
Oh, I don't. I look to Ulrich, who
Yeah, let me check if I do myself, because I don't.
I do, but I don't know that.
I didn't see that guy do anything. That's just a
True.
guy.
Yeah, it's just a guy.
That's just a guy.
Yeah.
I sadly don't. I don't think I have anything that could possibly actually get them more water without doing
We
it
may
their
not
own
be able
way.
to help you in this way, but I'm certain we could help you carry some barrels of water.
Oh, yes, very easily.
Oh, yeah. And they kind of like because of like how tall you are at this point, they're like, oh yeah, because they were like on ladders before, so they've like gotten down
Aw.
at this point, and they're like, yeah. No, that'd be great. That'd be awesome. And so, okay, with that, I am gonna need, and this one will have to be strength. I would need a strength check from each of you, or if like one of you is helping another, then it'd be advantage.
Why am I
I
rolling
need to
that?
be strong.
Ooh,
I gotta be strong
yeah.
with you at the end of the
Now
night.
I will say one thing. So this actually is a fun thing for Sapling. Even if you roll low, your DC is different because of your thing about size. You count as a size larger. So
Mm.
you don't actually need to worry as much about that. It's just carrying things because your carrying weight is higher than everyone else's. So I will say you got an 8. That's not great, but because of that, you are able to do so. You're able to carry it. Just because of that, that's a feature of what you are. um, I will say in Chiron with a 9. You're struggling a bit. You're dragging
Yeah.
more than you're lifting. It's a bit heavy. Um, and then Ulrich, you're actually not really having much trouble. It's a barrel full of water, so it's heavy, but like you're able to lift it and get it over there. You were probably the quickest out of the three of you. And then these men are just the men aren't even trying. They did something that I'll say for funny, none of you really thought of. They lay them on their side and they roll them.
Ah!
They actually
more
rolled decently
stupid.
well. They rolled decently well, so I was like, yeah, but yeah, they are quicker, but purely because they just went, why are they trying to okay.
So
That's
much
cute.
smarter.
Oh.
um but it they get it up. They get it up there, and one by one you get the water in there, and um they immediately are just like, oh my god, that would have taken forever. Thank you. What do we owe you? I
Oh,
mean, what does our boss owe you, I guess?
no payment is necessary.
We are merely
Wait,
doing it
really?
for you guys. Yes.
Yes, I give the blessings of Hydros to all of you with my
Yeah.
service.
Yeah. Blessings of and they kind of like mumble over each other. Blessings of yeah. Okay, thank you. That's okay. That's really really kind of you. I'm sure the boss will appreciate that.
Mm.
All right. Well, I mean, we got nothing else. You go ask him if he's got something else.
Oh, of course, yes. I will go to
Hmm.
the boss and ask
And
if
so
they have anything else.
he just kind of looks around. He's like, honestly, I wish I did. That's about it for right now. That was probably our biggest issue. Now we can actually get things prepped for later. Although I know someone who might. If you head down over to the docks, there's a man down there owns a warehouse. He's actually got a bit of a strange issue. I don't really know that I could do justice explaining it. Something about a strange cargo that got offloaded recently off of a ship. He was asking if I had some people who could come check it out. One of my boys like come carry it somewhere, get it out of his fucking warehouse. Uh, Maybe you could go help him offload that shit. He doesn't want anything to do with it.
Of course, yes.
Uh, Thank you. And one of his guys come up and like whisper something to him, and he's like, "Oh, wait, you're doing this for free."
Yes.
Yes.
That's so weird.
You know, normally I would have accepted the money very gratefully, but we just got paid a pretty penny earlier to walk a guy to an inn, so I'm feeling pretty generous.
Really? Did you know you got paid a pretty penny, huh?
Yeah, for like
That's
nothing.
nice. Wow, that's really really cool. Really cool. And he kind of looks over at one of his guys. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then I guess we will go to the docks.
Okay. And so
Away
you
we
begin
go.
to make your way down to the docks. And they're you know, you kind of went by them already once. Um they are honestly pretty big for the size of the town. The docks are like the thing this town is known for. It is a commerce center. A lot of ships coming and going. You can still see the ship that you came in on. And as far as you know, that's going to remain docked there for the time being. That ship in particular being a very, very nice ship, um, painted with Bermsley's colors, flying Bermsley's flag. Um, it is known as the Spire General. Or I'll say the Spire Admiral is what I'll call it. Let me write that down. Who knows when these things will come up in the
The,
future? I'm trying to do better taking
the
notes.
Spired, what was it?
The Spire Admiral.
Spire Admiral.
Correct. Which would be named after, because Bermsley is the city of spires. It is the being the spires being the lighthouses. So it is the Spire Admiral.
Oh.
I'm just gonna write that down real quick from my notes, because I came up with that one on the fly. Okay, so you guys make your way to the docks. You see that ship, and you do see there is a few different warehouses, but you see you see a man who's got the doors of his warehouse open, which is a smaller warehouse, and he's just trying to pull a box. There's just a box he's trying to pull, and he's really struggling, and then he just gives up and falls backwards. And this is like a dwarvish man, so he's shorter but really muscly, and so he's like pulling, and then he just falls over on his ass and looks exasperated.
Greetings. We were told you might need some extra hands.
Oh yeah, I told the fucking guy down at the farm. All right. Yeah. You don't look like his employees though.
Oh, no, we are not his employees. We are spreading goodwill today.
Right. Right.
We're simply here to assist your situation, if that would be alright.
Fuck it. Sure. All right. So this box here was dropped off by a man maybe a week ago, and I can't quite lift it. I don't even know how they got it in here. It was one man just lifted the shit, walked it in, set it down like it was nothing, but I can't lift it, can barely drag it. If we could get it out of here, that'd be great. I don't really care where it goes. I don't even know what's in it. But like, which, I should know that. He did give me a really hefty bag of coin though, to not ask questions.
May we inspect it? If you don't feel inclined to.
He paid me not to ask questions. He didn't pay me to not let other people ask questions. You know what? If you can get it out of here, you can do whatever you want with it. You can have everything in it if you want. You just get the shit out of here.
Oh.
For your information, I am associated with the Church of Bermsley, the Church of Hydros, and I will be doing something more magical in nature. Just a warning.
Oh boy. All right. You know what? I'm gonna
It
go
will
that
help
way so I
get
can
it
pretend I didn't see anything.
All right. I'm going to turn to Sapling, my large centaur friend, and I'm going to cast Enhance Ability. I'm going to give him Bull Strength, which gives him advantage on strength checks, and his carrying capacity doubles.
Oh
shit.
my god. Okay, hold on. I need to do a thing. Sapling, what is your strength score?
My strength score is 14.
Okay, give me like 2 seconds.
Oh no. What have you done?
I need to see if you even need to make a roll.
Whoa.
Okay. So let's see here.
What is it? Is it doubles your?
It doubles it.
Doubles
Okay.
carrying capacity.
Oh my god, so it's actually, hold on, because you count as one size larger, which means for carrying capacity, which means it's a times 2 of whatever it would be. And then because of that, it's a times 4 total. So hold on, what was your strength score one more time?
14.
Let me grab a calculator. So 14.
Oh, no.
So hey, here, I'm going to learn you something in case you didn't know. Carrying capacity is strength score times 15. So 14 times 15 times 4, you can carry up to 840 pounds right now. So you go, so you have this invigorating, this strength, and do you go to lift the crate?
Yes.
It is about as heavy to you right now as that water barrel you just carried.
Ah.
You just walk up and just lift, and it's heavy, but which means it's a lot, but like you can lift it, and you can carry it. How long's enhanceability last?
1 hour concentration.
Oh my god. So where do you want to take it? Where do you want to take the guy literally looks at you and goes, "Oh, you're not going to be able to get the oh."
Well, this isn't too bad. Where are we taking
Oh.
this?
Hmm. Perhaps, well, just anywhere other than here. Maybe back to where you are? We can inspect there.
Oh, sure, we can go to my place and see it.
Okay. So you want to make
Your
your way there? It's
place?
actually not super far. Let me actually see here. There we go. Okay. So, I mean, it takes you like maybe 10 minutes, maybe to get back, especially carrying something like this. But like, it's not as difficult as it could be. Um, with multiple of you struggling, you just do it. Um, and so you eventually get back. You get back to your little nice little place. Do you plop it down outside or you try to get it inside?
Uh,
It's about
how big is it? Would it
it's
fit
about
through my
couch
door?
size, probably.
Yeah, it's actually that's not inaccurate. It's about like a large couch. It's probably like 5 feet wide, 5 feet tall, and maybe like 20 feet long. No, that's a lot. 15 feet long. That's more accurate.
Um, well, we don't know what this is, so it might explode. So I'm gonna put it down outside so it doesn't break all 50 of my vases.
There. So you thunk and just dust from the path and everything just because it's a lot. Um okay. It's on the ground. Okay. It is a crate that is nailed shut for reference. It is um kind of nailed shut in a way you could technically open it from any side. You would just have to pop out different nails, but it is sealed.
Hmm.
So, what do you wish to do?
Oh, do either of you guys have like some magic nail pulling ability?
I'm going to try and see if I can ascertain anything about its contents from the outside.
Okay, go ahead and make me an investigation check.
I had to get advantage on this because of my palette elf stuff.
Hell yeah. Nice.
That's 11. 13.
Okay. Let me check something here. Ooh, bear with me. I gotta pull up a thing here. Because I didn't have it. Oh, blinded. There we go. Okay. So what you see here, and I apologize, what was that number one more time? I want to see if you can repeat that.
13.
13. First thing of note, very first thing you notice is the company that this is from. Inscribed on the side, there is a name of a company. It is Sundrin Holdings. So it's sort of just if you've seen a crate of any kind, it's just on a couple of the different sides to basically be like, hey, this is the company this is owned by. The crate's in very good condition. The edges are a little banged up, probably just from being dropped or things like that. It is a little banged up. It is not super in good shape, but that's mainly just the bottom. The other sides seem in good shape, almost perfect shape, as if they've never seen any travel whatsoever. You don't see any cracks or anything you can see through. It seems very much it is just meant to be opened with a pry bar or something like that. Something to pop the nails up, or some other means of doing it. Some other means of doing something like that.
It is quite unlikely that it is a living thing. Very good to know. There's no
You don't
holes
hear
inside.
anything. Yeah, no holes, and you don't hear anything. Which, well, no holes and not hearing anything could mean it's a dead thing. But
I was gonna
Yeah,
say, it might be a dead body.
Do I know anything
I
about
mean, it's
Sundren
definitely-
Holding?
You could make me a history check,
Oh,
and I could tell you if you do.
I'm so tempted to try to pry this thing
Ooh,
open with my bare hands.
18.
Use your teeth.
18. I'm gonna say, where are you originally from? Remind me.
I am originally from
Or where do you
the
live?
Elven Empire, but that was just baby me. I came to
Yeah.
Idox and lived in Kingsport for a long while, and then it was nuked, and now I live in Bermsley.
Yeah.
Damn,
I'm
that's right.
gonna say, yeah, it's sad. I'm gonna say, yeah. I mean, it's a shipping company. Ships various goods. There's not really anything that comes to mind that really is like, okay, this, it's just nothing really comes to mind of anything of note. It's a good off shipping company that works with various people. So, but one thing I will note about it is in recent times, and this would have been a thing in a lot of the newspapers, a few warehouses were opened in Bermsley for Sundren Holdings, and they ended up basically a little bit of an expansion to the company, and they started taking on cargo from other places. So instead of just doing their own shipping and things for their things, it is also other people can use them as just a shipping company to send things. So whatever's in here could either belong to the people who own Sundren Holdings or could belong to someone who are just using them. But that kind of information is usually kept in like the records of the company.
All right. Well, if either of you has a way to open this, I wouldn't be opposed.
I could attempt to pry it open with my dagger, if that's a possibility.
That sounds smart.
Am I allowed to try
Okay.
that, dear?
Oh, of course you are. That's an easy thing to do. Go ahead and make me a. First off, there's going to be a couple rolls here. First thing I need, though, is a dexterity check. So just d20 plus your dex mod.
So just a
to
d20
get
plus my die.
Yeah, just to get your dagger in the crack.
You lost me for a minute, man.
A d20 plus your dexterity modifier.
Yes, just I will be doing that. There you go. Ooh. Delectable. Sensational. That was a unnatural 20, I believe.
Unnatural 20. That's good. So
Yes.
you are able to successfully get your dagger into a position within the crack, kind of peeling a little bit the crack up, so that you can do so. Now, are you trying to use this kind of like a crowbar and try to pry it up a little bit?
Yes, that's the attempt.
Okay. Go ahead and now at this point make me a strength check. Now, I will say one of the other people here as well could give advantage if they would like to try to help with the pry attempt.
Yeah, sure.
Sapling could have advantage all on his own because he still has full strength.
That's true.
Oh
I
my
will
God.
say that is a good point. But either way, definitely whether it is Sapling doing it or giving advantage, that's up to you guys.
Oh, yeah, I have an idea. If Olorsh is like got the dagger under there, starting to pry. Just like
Mhm.
I stand on the other side, slip my fingers in, just start pulling it out. Give him advantage.
You want to? Okay, give an advantage.
Yeah.
So Ulrich, go ahead and roll with advantage. This will be a strength
I-
check.
Yes, I'll do it again. Oh, thank you. That is a 20 for the advantage.
Okay.
Woo!
That'll do it. And so you are able to just sapling on one side, getting the fingers in there as it's being pried up, and just pulling as you're prying, and the lid kind of. So somebody joked in the no mic chat here about sending the crate into space. Well, that isn't quite possible, but the lid's not as heavy as the crate. You were expecting more, and your strength is a lot more than you were expecting. And so you
Oh,
grab it,
no.
you're pulling. It's difficult, and then once it comes loose, it just gets full, like it just gets flung. It's just gone.
Oh,
Luckily, you're by the water, and so it goes whoo, whoo, sploosh.
Oh. Well, I mean, at least we got it opened, I suppose.
I hope I didn't smack a fish.
I think it'll be a lot more than a fish, to be honest.
Now I'm gonna look at
Let's
what
see what's inside.
I got here. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me. Let's see. Well, here's a question first for the three of you that are there. Can you all do me a favor?
Yeah.
I just a teensy favor. I need from the three of you to make a wisdom save.
Oh
Wisdom
no!
save.
Save.
Is this
A
against
wisdom
being charmed?
That's I don't think so. Let me check. Hold on.
Lord have mercy on my soul. That negative one ain't looking nice for me.
Sure.
Actually, yes, it is. It is indeed.
Great.
I didn't think
I
it
get
was, but it
advantage
does.
on this.
Yeah,
Gulp.
it's fun.
Oh wow.
Oh no, I'm fucked.
I'm scared.
Bummer.
I'm not scared.
I am.
That's a total of 24 for me.
24. What's Sapling get?
15.
And what did Ulrich get?
I got a 10.
So Ulrich and Sapling, you open the crate, and what you see inside is just bags upon bags of like burlap sacks that are marked as rice, beans, just various different dried vegetables, even some dried fruits. This is which could make sense for the weight. Bags like that by themselves are a bit heavy, and this many in a crate of that size, that could make sense. That is what you see. In Chiron, what you see is inside there is a few items, and for you, the weight makes no fucking sense at all. It should not be that heavy. You see a tome, cracked leather, with some strange symbols carved into the top. You're not really sure, just at a glance, what they are, though. There is a key, a sort of slightly rusted key. There is a vial of glowing liquid, a stack of papers. They look like possibly letters, but the text is shifting and changing constantly. There's a few items in here, so I will send you a list though of them,
Okay.
because they all are possibly important, or maybe they aren't. A strange metal something, artifact of some kind, a ripped piece of a map, a small wooden box with no keyhole, and that is it. One more thing, actually. Sorry. There is a yellowed, essentially a photograph. It is a painting, but it is a very like photorealistic painting but one of the faces of the people is entirely whited out. Like you can't make it out anymore.
Hmm. Well,
And I will go ahead and send those to you.
I suppose if they're both not doing anything, I suppose I'll gather the items inside because we were given. Yeah.
Yeah. I will say for those of you that failed, you'd see Chiron reach down through the bags and pull out these items.
Huh?
But something was obscuring, but you still see the bags. Like you don't know where they're coming from. Where are the items coming from?
What is this magical crate and what are its confinements?
Yeah. But yeah, let me go ahead and I'm getting the items sent to you in the personal chat.
It's like watching a magician pull a rabbit out of a hat.
What?
Yeah, there's that. Oh, and
Do
I
you
will
know what
note
kind of
about the
magic this is,
box.
Others?
Oh,
Mm,
my bad. There was a delay. I will say about the box real quick.
I don't
'cause
even
this
know
might
if
be
I would
important. It
know.
does
Like,
rattle.
out of character.
Oh,
As
the
to what?
box rattled. It's interesting.
Oh,
Yes.
Ooh.
it's gonna blow up.
Let's see. Yeah, it's just.
I'm just gonna put various items on my little inventory.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll work for me. That works.
I won't do anything with those items until I can.
Also, some of them, the numbering might be. Actually, 1, 2, 3. No, those are correct. I thought I misnumbered them. I did not. So there you go. The descriptions are a little more there, but that's the gist of it. You have some weird items in a crate, and now the crate lies empty, but is still the same weight. I'm gonna say, in Chiron, you're the only one that can see this. Do me a favor, make an investigation check.
Ooh, I get advantage on this because of my elf stuff.
Yeah, there's just one more detail you might be able to get.
That was terrible. Luckily, I had advantage. Slightly less terrible. That's a 12.
A 12. You can see it with your eyes plain as day, but you're not sure exactly what this is, just out off of looking at it. But there is some sort of dull colored metal that lines the inside of this crate. So that's potentially why it's so heavy. But exactly what type it is, not sure just by looking at it. So yeah, there you go. And those are items that you find. So what do you wish to do now? You've opened, or actually, yeah. What would you do at this point? We're gonna hop over to the other group, but I'm curious what you're gonna be doing.
Well, I'm planning on just holding on to these until I can find some way to make sense of them, as if some sort of way to identify them that I don't have access to.
Of course. Okay. Where do you all go at this point? It's not much time has passed. The travel through the town doesn't take very long, and you haven't spent too much time. It's maybe a couple hours past.
Well, I did plan to go to the harbor to bless some voyages, and if there were any departing, such as like fishing boats, I would want to go there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that works. There are a few leaving, some fishing vessels for sure that haven't left yet that are leaving. Um, a couple coming back, and then there are actually a couple larger ships as well that are leaving. So you can definitely do so, going through
Yeah.
blessing them, and I mean the people are very appreciative if confused because again, this idea of free anything is really baffling these people. They seem very used to everything being like like something. Like even
Well, I
as you
do.
walk away, they're like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I would accept any donations given, but I would not ask for donations.
Okay. I would say like you would probably from some people who genuinely seem to know what you're doing and some people that seem a little more accepting of it, you probably get like I would say uh 5 silver total, just because these people don't have a lot of money, so they're just like, I'll give what I can, and it ends up coming to about 5 silver.
Yes, no, split it 2 to me, 2 to Ulrich, 1 to Sapling. Because
There you
we're
go.
all here.
You're all here, and so you get a little extra money, and you do good deeds, and people seem appreciative, if a little confused at times. Um, but now I want to hop over to Seth and Merrick. You guys left the tavern and wanted to go walking around. Um, you don't have a guide, so you're more unsure of where you're going, but you can see the town. You can look around and kind of figure things out. So still feel free to look at the map if you want to like think of locations, but and where you would want to go. There's a farm, there is a couple other inns, but they're not as good as the one you're currently at. The harbor, the market square, that's currently being set up now that the storm has passed, and a few other places. Where would you want to go?
Well, I suppose that Merrick would be going. Well, metagame. Uh, go to just like the market, wherever there's the most amount of people, and if there's any like notable points that he may have a general idea of, if there's anything like some place that deals in magical items, even restricted or anything.
Ooh, fun.
I'm
And
just
and
not
actually,
sure how.
hmm?
I'm just not sure how well versed and how much he knows about that.
As far as like magic items and them being sold.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, I can tell you.
Given who and
Generally, it
what he
is frowned upon because it is seen within the purview of magic. However, it depends
is.
on what it is. Magical weapons are generally more frowned upon than anything else because they are inherently dangerous. But something like a bag of holding or something like that that is not inherently dangerous, they don't really mind as much, just because it is a utility item. Is not It is not something that is inherently bad.
You're right.
Um, But here is kind of what you see. The things of note that really kind of catch your eye. Let me go ahead and look at this here. So, as you're walking through, you see to your left that there is a smaller Aarakocra man. Could be mistaken for a Kanku if it weren't for the arguing, because Kanku generally cannot speak. He appears to be doing with a customer over the price of the wares. He's got various odds and ends that appear to be related to alchemy, but you do also catch a few magical items. Those are mostly related to the brewing of alchemical things, though. For example, a never-ending uh, water container that has distilled water, uh, things like that. Various things that could be used for alchemy, but are magical in nature to aid alchemy. Um, he also has some body parts from different creatures in strange liquid. Some of them still moving, like an eye that never quite stops following you as you walk by. Um,
Hmm.
so that's a bit creepy. On the right, you can just see from where you are down a little ways, a bloodied orc man. He has his hand high above his head, brings it down, cutting the head off of a large boar. He seems to be selling different meats, and he also is just kind of watching everybody with suspicion. Um,
Meet his
people
gaze.
he see, yeah, you meet his gaze, and he looks at you, kind of looks away, looks at you again, and then he looks at some of the people who have nicer clothes and just kind of has this look of disgust before bringing down the cleaver again and kind of scaring them a little bit. And then on the far side, the last person that really catches your eye is a lady who sells armor, tools. The armor seems like there could be, and you can just tell based on like the signs near it that the armor's magical, but you don't see any magical weapons. Because there's a sign that says magic armor. Whether it is or not, don't know, but that's what the
Yeah.
sign says. She's very happy, very welcoming to all her customers. Almost too much. Long blonde hair, very fair complexion. The only mark on her face being a large gash that goes from one corner of her mouth up to her ear, like a large, almost like a smirk, but really wide. And it's just constantly bleeding. And she every once in a while just kind of dabs it with a handkerchief before it continues to drip. And it kind of falls from her face onto the silken white dress that she wears. But she's currently actually trying to bargain with a customer on the price of a repeating rifle. And the customer's like, it's not worth that much. He's like, come on, but you can't get it anywhere else. And he's not having it. So he walks away. Those are the only ones that you really see that of any note. The rest are very like standard clothing and food merchants and things like that. Those are the only three that are like immediately catch your eye because they're vastly different.
There's a certain point that comes where he realizes he's just starting to walk by some things, and I don't quite know how Seth is reacting to that. So he sort of just stops and looks, kind of, well, really down to him. So anything that you would want or need.
He hadn't really been paying attention. I was. He wasn't. And he just kind of glances at you. What?
We are in the market. I don't know your reasons for traveling here, and I will not pry. But yet, I am simply walking. I do not know if you had wished to stop or anything.
Kind of looks around a little bit. No offense. Not calling you stupid or anything, but have you seen me? Do
The
I look
fighting
like I
style
need anything?
is
He says,
rather.
motioning to his robes.
He just sort of nods once very slightly. I have. And you were quite impressive in that fight back there. Was that formal training or a style of your own?
Kind of both. I learned from Grave Warden and somewhat from the Archbishop, but I kind of did whatever I wanted with that.
It is very unique, aggressive.
It should be.
You use your aggression well.
I heard half that.
He just nods and says, "You use your aggression well."
Thanks, I think. It's just hitting people.
still, impressive nonetheless.
I guess you handled yourself well. I won't lie, I wasn't paying attention to that either.
Fair enough. Why are you here with me right now? Is it simply that you were alone?
Don't know what you're trying to say. But no, had nothing to do with being alone. I'm rather used to that. Just didn't want to be there. It's not a problem, right?
No, not a problem. In a way, I am used to it as well.
Well, I know you said you won't pry, but I'm going to. What brought you here?
There's just a moment where he looks him up and down, kind of looking for any sort of symbols that Seth may wear.
He has one. Actually, very obvious one. It's not supposed to be obvious. Do you want to explain why, or shall I?
I mean, it's up to you.
I'll do it. Casually, those in Seth's, I guess it's technically in order, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
By the way, for clarification, is Seth explaining this to Merrick?
No, I'm explaining it. Unless it's not casual knowledge.
I mean, not really, because of the entire thing you're about to explain. That's the reason it's not casual knowledge.
Brain not braining.
Fair. If Seth is explaining it, I can't stop you there.
No, he wouldn't do that. Although, again, I will say he is wearing a very obvious thing. The back of his robe has a rather large symbol on it. Where did I put this so I can actually explain it decently?
I mean, it is in, I believe it's in Art Frustration.
I found it. I just had to scroll up to it. It is a large symbol, circle, has somewhat of a cross on top, and in the middle of it is an hourglass with a few other symbols around that as well.
And given what Merrick was trained for, would it be possible at all that he may have been briefed on what this symbol may be, if it's not common knowledge?
You can either make one of two rolls, either a history or religion check.
I'm going to go history. I'm going to use the, what's it called? Knowledge of a past life on there.
Ooh.
See if that helps at all. That's only a 13.
Only a 13. I'm going to say,
History.
I think it's reasonable that the symbol would look familiar, but you just cannot determine where from or why.
Mm-hmm. I suppose with that, then, I'm just, again, not smirking. There's barely any expression on his face other than a dour one. He just looks down at Seth. If you must know, I am searching for someone I lost them a while ago. I'm led to believe that they still live.
Funny. I'm searching for someone too. Though, I don't think you're searching to get rid of the one you're looking for, huh?
Would it change your opinion of me if I am?
No. At the moment, I don't have much of an opinion on you.
And are you looking to remove the one you search for?
I think that was rather obvious in what I said. Apparently, unlike
In
you, I
that
don't
case, our
care what people
goals.
think.
In that case, our goals are similar. I will admit. You seem to have some skill about you. You can handle yourself in a fight. You've gotten this far on your own, and yet, do you believe this is something you can accomplish by yourself?
Probably not. There's others around too who I think want something rather similar to what I want. A lot of people they wrong.
I don't suppose that you are the sort that would savor that experience being taken from hands, no matter how hard you struggle. You don't want that wrenched from your grasp. You want to be the one to do it, don't you?
Yes and no. I mean, if he died by someone else's hands, I guess it'd be fine. Would I want to see him die and do it myself? Of course. But if it had to be someone else, I could put it aside, I guess. I think the most important
After
thing is he's
all
just
that
gone.
struggle,
What do you know about how much I've struggled?
I don't. But I can see the anger that you have, and I can hear it in your tone. You talk freely and openly about this. It's strange, refreshing, in a way.
Strange. How exactly? I mean, if you've been wronged so heavily by someone who's considered rather dangerous, in fact, wouldn't you want to tell everyone else too? Warn them?
I suppose you are right. When one can be warned, when one would believe you.
To be fair, I don't care if people do or don't believe me. I'm sure most wouldn't. But I mean, hey, look at me. I don't look like a sane person anyways, right?
No, you don't. I doubt that we seek the same goal, but our goals are
You broke up a lot
Another.
with that one.
Of course I did.
Yep.
I doubt that we share the same goal, Seth, yet our goals are at least similar.
And what of
He'd
that?
extend a hand. He'd extend his left hand out to him.
Yes, Connor.
Well,
I
that's a
don't know
lesson
what I'm
you
not. I
totally
don't know
missed
what I'm
out on.
breaking up or not.
It's a
not breaking
lesson.
up, Connor was just being
No.
quiet.
I was doing a thing. Well, this is a lesson of which he has missed out on. He just looks at it, looks at you. What?
You may not. You may not need my assistance, but I would be willing to aid you in what way I can. Well, our paths converge here at New Hope.
Cool. I guess. If
Have you never shaken a
you want
hand
to.
before?
Oh. He kind of gets a little
Please take
closer,
his
leaning
hand back.
in. Is that something people do?
In polite society, usually, yes.
Oh.
And yet, respectfully, it seems you are not of that.
It's not.
Side note, I imagine this is all sort of generally taking place as they're kind of moving along. Just slowly.
That works for me. And actually, I think that's at this point. What is Merrick's passive perception?
It's only a 13.
Okay. Marketplace is becoming more and more lively. And as you're making your way through, passing the various vendors, you're going to see a figure. They are wearing a dark gray robe. They kind of look over their shoulder, look the other way, and you can see that they are a person who seems to be wearing like a almost full face mask. It's a cloth mask where they have it pulled up over their nose. Mostly the only thing it's showing is their eyes. And they kind of look around, they look at you, and then they immediately, not quickly, they're walking the same pace, but they kind of just start going the other direction.
Well, that's it. I'm after them. Not rushing towards them, just correcting course.
Okay. And so you begin to kind of pursue. Go ahead and make me, like, actually make a perception check to see if you can keep eyes on them. because they are noticeably trying to lose you.
I'm going to do it again. Knowledge from a past life. I'm using the second and last charge. That's
Works.
barely going to help because that's only a total of 12.
12. Okay, let's see. Let me check here. You said a 12, right?
Yes.
You kind of were barely keeping eyes on them before, and they slip behind one of the tents, and you like kind of go around the other side, maybe see if you could get eyes on them as they come out the other side, and they're gone. You look around the other side again, and you've lost them. They slipped right between the cracks of your vision, and was able to get away. But do you go kind of around the other side of the tent where they disappeared?
Yes.
There is
Linger there just a bit too long. Oh.
There is a note that has been pinned to the back of the tent. Stop following me. Stop looking for me.
I'm taking the note.
Okay. All right. And so you take the note, and it was written very quickly. It looks like very quickly. The words are barely intelligible, but you can get the point across. And so you take it, and you look around one last time, and you don't see them. Okay. What do you do at this point?
Well, I do have an ink pen and an ounce bottle of ink.
Mm-hmm.
I'd imagine that there's like a bit of a place I could just stand there a little bit out in the open to be seen.
Oh, 100%.
Just
Especially
linger
with
there.
the crowd going around, because if you're just standing there, the crowd's going around you. Very, very noticeable.
Stand there for a moment before do I want to write something? Yeah, stand there for a moment, make sure that he can be seen by people, then he'll just write after the fact, kind of retreating back to that space. And he'll write, "This only ends when you let it," on like the other side of it.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll put it back on where it was.
Okay. Do you walk away from that spot afterwards?
Yes, just back into the crowd.
Do you watch that spot?
Glance back. Not intently or trying to look like I can't speak. Not like I'm trying to watch and catch them in a trap. Just, are they there or not?
Yeah. And you kind of glance, and there's no one there. The note's still there. And the next time you glance back, it's gone, and there's nobody standing there. Had them do a roll. That was a natural 20 on their stealth check. As they rush up, they grab it and walk. They saw the note, or as far as you know, they're the one who took it. But you don't see them. So where do the two of you go now?
I suppose. Would it be possible to meet the rest of the party
If you're
as we're
walking
just
around,
walking?
it's reasonable. Yeah, I was gonna say if you're just walking around, it's
Yeah.
reasonable you could come along them, because where they are currently, which this lines up timeline wise pretty well.
Yeah.
Because you walking around the market would have happened over a course of time. The walking across the city to get there and get back. Um, by the time you guys are getting around the area where Sapling and them would be, you would they would have just finished up where they were. So yeah, I think that's reasonable. So eventually, you make your way there, and you are all present. Crate still open, lid gone. I do actually, just on approach, I need Merrick and Seth to make me the wisdom save.
What is up with my luck tonight? That's only a 6.
Ah, damn. Okay.
This is the worst I've
Uh,
ever rolled.
Merrick, you see bags of vegetables, dried fruits and vegetables and rice and things. What about Seth? What did you get?
21.
21. You see that it is an empty crate. And question for and Chiron, would you put these items in a bag of some kind?
I would have probably put them in my pack.
Okay. So currently nothing out or about, but it is an empty crate with some sort of metal lining.
Bucks with the empty crate.
Oh, we were asked by someone over by the docks to help relieve him of this, and we decided to open it. It contains some very interesting things, and I take out some of the things. I can't do it all at once because there's a lot of
Fair
stuff.
enough.
Does
Fair
anything
enough.
look familiar?
Um,
It's a good question. So
so
familiar. Go ahead and make me just an investigation check. I just want to see, like, taking in the details. What do you note? And also, this will be for another detail in particular. But yeah.
That is an 8. Why today
Ah,
out of all day? Unless my taste goes
you know,
8.
no, fuck it. Roll it again. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Roll it again. I'm giving you a good roll this session.
I'm gonna laugh. This is like a either lower or a natural 1.
Come on. You can do it.
That is lower. That is lower. That is in
Oh
fact lower.
god.
Okay. What is the total of the first roll?
The total of the first roll is an 8.
An 8. Okay, so an 18. Got it. So listen, listen. Normally I wouldn't do this, but you've had nothing but bad rolls all night. I'm giving you one. I'm giving you one. It's the first session. I'm not letting you get all bad rolls. So few things you will note with an 18. Is there is, first off, the name on the crate. It is immediately apparent. Just glancing at that, which for you, again, you see the grains and things like that. It is not an empty
Mhm.
crate. And that's kind of, I think, why you would have looked over there, is because Seth was like, "What's up with the empty crate?" And you look over and you're like, "That's not empty." And then you see the name. So
Mhm.
that you notice that as well, as in Chiron did. And then you have the items, which I'm gonna just hold on. Gonna just send the list of items to you as well. Fuck it. I'll just send that in somewhere else, somewhere more public. By the way, Ulrich, thank you. Ulrich left. Never mind. I don't hear sounds because sounds don't exist when I'm streaming. Let's
Oh.
end the list. Yeah, it's okay. They had to go because tired, which is okay because it is. We haven't done this in a while. We have not. It's been a minute. I'm gonna put it in lore. Fuck it. So those are the. Oh god, there's no numbers and that's upsetting. It's fine. So there's a tome. There's a key. There is a glowing liquid vial. Letters with shifting script. A metal artifact. That hums. A tattered map. Wooden box. Photograph. Those are the items. So you are looking at these items, and first off, the tome, the symbols are varied, and some of them do look familiar. But some of them don't as well. The key, it's hard to know what that would go to without more information. The liquid we'll come back to. The letters, you immediately recognize these not specifically as letters to somebody. Let me start over. It isn't okay. They are letters to somebody, but they are not in any language that is known. They are encoded magically. Something would need to be done to break basically the magical cipher that is constantly shifting the letters. Or you would need to find some way to find patterns or whatnot for that, which, if I might have a thing for that for next session, we'll see. The artifact hums. That doesn't look familiar though. The map is of a location you know, and I'll send that to you later. Actually, I'll just send you a few words, and this should make sense. And that last word should be in quotes, by the way. It is a map of that spot, like the immediate area around that. Yeah. So that's in there, strangely enough. The wooden box has no keyhole, but there's something in it. And the photograph. The faces of the people are blurred out. You cannot see their faces. But you know the outfits, or at least you think you do. And if you really thought about it, you might be able to know who these people might have been. But it's really hard to know because it's no faces, and it's really hard to identify anything. It's like a black and white photograph sort of thing, but with that yellowed thing paper gets. So it's hard to make out a lot of details, but the outfits are familiar. As familiar as outfits in a picture can be. The vial. It is part of a ritual. You know that. It is part of a ritual that you have seen done at one point. Although its exact purpose, it is more of a ritual focus. It is not a specific item for a specific ritual. It is more so like once you have a circle, like for example, this could be used in a teleportation circle, or any kind of circle. What I could call this is a ritual item substitute. So what a ritual does is prevent you from having to use a spell slot, right? But you still have to make sure you have the material components. This vial is a one-time use item that will replace a material component of any cost, but it has to be cast as a ritual, whatever the spell is. So it will replace any cost material component as long as you take the 10 minutes to do the ritual and use it as part of that.
I see.
I think a good example would be for like a Find Familiar spell, because you
Mhm.
obviously need the brazier, which you would still need that because it is where you do the ritual. But normally you would need like incense or charcoal, I think is what it is, worth a certain amount. You could use
25
this
gold
as long as you do it
pieces.
as a ritual. I think so. You can use this as a substitute for that, but it is incredibly rare. It is made from, fuck it, I'll give you this information because it's fun. It is made from a specific leaf that only grows in the dead zone around Kingsport.
Around
It is
Kingsport.
only grown there. Yeah, around Kingsport, which it's still grown there, but in the dead zone around there, it is only grown there. It is also incredibly toxic.
I wonder why.
This liquid is. So, there you go. That is what you know for those items. So, we are going to be wrapping up here soon due to time, but is there anything any of you would
Mhm.
like to discuss about these items, about this, all of this? Before we do, then there'll be one
And
more thing.
Chiron's the one
wrap
that.
up.
Mm. And Chiron is the one that's holding these items.
Yes.
You said you were helping somebody with these, yes?
Yes. Though he didn't know who. He didn't know what these were. He just had the box and wanted to be rid of it.
Who was this man? What did he look like?
He was a dwarf. He kind of just seemed to be a dock worker, a warehouse worker. He said he had this incredibly heavy box that he didn't want to deal with anymore.
Did you happen to get his name?
No.
Do you think that possibly you could describe him to me? Or point him out if you saw him, if you can't?
Possibly. He had red hair, right? That was one of the things he said.
Sure, I don't remember. Yeah, sure.
Sure, yeah.
We'll say he
He-
had red hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had red hair.
Yeah.
He had
Um,
red hair. He was very muscly. I could
I
probably. I
can
might
give
be
you a
able.
little more of a description if you want.
I'm sure,
you a
yeah.
little more. Yeah. He had for a dwarf, it was a honestly medium length beard, just very bushy, again very muscly, red hair. Um, he was wearing at the time just like a sleeveless gray shirt stained with all kinds of things. Um, just food and stuff all up in the beard. And he had an anchor tattoo on his shoulder.
He was a little bit um, unkempt. He had a tattoo of an anchor, I believe, on his shoulder. And he had a beard, of course, as a dwarf. It was about medium length.
Are you two speaking quietly, particularly?
No.
No, not at all.
We could always go back to where we found him if you guys want to. I could show you the way.
Is he still there?
Well, there's no way to tell, but maybe.
Show me if you can.
Sure.
Let's all go back to the dock.
Let's go gambling.
Dang it. So, so you
Oh,
make your way
sorry.
back to the docks. So you make your way back to the docks. Also, by the way, that whole meme, it was literally Merrick's luck this session. Oh, dang it.
Oh, dang it.
Ah, dang it.
I mean, it makes sense
Yeah.
given what happened.
Yeah. Don't gamble, kids. Uh, so you make your way back to the docks, and sure enough, the guy's still there. He's still in the same spot. He's moving things in where the box was, organizing a bit at this point.
That's him if you want to speak with him.
Thank you. And he would approach to speak
Okay.
when there's time.
As you approach, go ahead.
Oh no, just like when there's time, because it's getting late. I know.
Oh no, you're good. Here's what I'll say. We'll do this real quick, and then we'll wrap up because that'll actually work out. So you walk up, and he looks to you. Hey, what can I do for you?
The rest of the group are they there, or are they just like kind of hanging around? And
You guys came up?
I think we're here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did Seth come with?
Seth is there.
yeah,
Okay.
these beings have accomplished a task for you. You
Right.
had property, or holding property belonging to Sundren Holding.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. What's it to?
When did that come in?
Oh, about a week ago. Maybe. Week and a half, maybe. Might have been. I don't know, I've been drunk for the last week. About a week ago, probably.
Do you have a manifest, any sort of logs proving that?
Maybe. And he's gonna go start looking through, and it's not a booklet. It's not like this, right? He doesn't have a booklet he can just open to a page and look. He
Yeah.
has to go over, and he's got like a stack of papers. He's like, not that one. That's from a year ago. Oh, should probably get rid of that one. And he's like going through. He eventually finds one. Sundren. Here we go. Sip. All right. And he kind of starts walking over back to you. All right. So, listen. The price that says right here for how much I was paid was a bit more than that, so I didn't ask questions. Why am I telling you that? It's mainly because, well, the guy was kind of an asshole, to be honest. It came in on a ship a week ago. It was on the 6th. I mean, it was a slow day, so yeah, this has got to be it. What information are you trying to get?
The name of the ship, those who managed the loading or offloading of the cargo, anyone involved in the transaction.
Only name I got's the name of the ship. I don't have the name of all the men that were on it. It's not any of my business. That'd be the wharf master's business. But I can tell you the name of the ship, and maybe you can find out more from there. In fact, let me see if the ship's in dock. And he kind of starts reading down the page. Where's the name of the ship here? All right. So it was on a ship known as the Lightfoot. And it looks like it might have left about a day ago. But it is scheduled to return. Scheduled to return in a couple weeks. Come bringing more cargo apparently.
I see. For specifics, I should speak to this wharf master.
Yeah, the wharf master would have names of people, but I don't know if he'd really give them to you. That's kind of, you know, he's not really supposed to, but you know, you loosen his lips with some coin and maybe.
I understand.
Um,
Thank you.
yeah, of course, of course. Before you go though, mind if I ask why you're so interested in this? Bit suspicious coming walking around asking all these questions.
I'm missing something, and I want it back.
Fair enough. And he goes and just takes a drink. He just goes and sits down. Break time. Okay.
Give him just like
As
10 gold.
Oh, 10 gold. Hey, he's like, all right, not going to say no to that. He's like, all right. I never saw you in my life. Don't even know who you are. And yeah, he goes and sits down for break time number 15 today. And it's still like noon.
Base.
Yeah. Break number 15 at noon. So yeah, he's gotta go do that, and you're gonna go look for the wharf master. I will say at this point, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up here. But
Mhm.
about this point, I think it's a fair time so that we can start off next session with a full party potentially. Your other party member, Concelida, joining the group. As you're on your way there, just kind of tracked you down, found you, and I mean, you guys aren't hard to find necessarily. You have a really tall centaur with you.
Oops.
If anything, people can just be like over there. So
It is so very hard to miss you specifically, Sapling.
I'm gonna start
yeah,
crab walking around everywhere. Will that make you happy?
I don't want to. I don't want to
We
see a
stand out
horse
in the
crab
crowd.
walking.
Technically, he kind of is crab walking everywhere.
I mean,
yeah.
Um,
But for the sake of the stream, thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. This was episode 1, and then next week, episode 2, and then so on and so forth. This was fun. I enjoyed this. But yeah, have a good night. See you next week. And it's not Saturday yet. There you go.